All right, welcome back everyone to Red Spotlight. I'm Alexis, joined by David Francisco, the only reliable and dependable individual in this entire podcast. Because he's the only one that's ever seemingly here week in and week out, whereas other people are seemingly aloof or AWOL or could not be bothered in the least that we're doing this every now and then. But hey, David, thank you for being here, of course. The man that makes this thing work week in and week out. Of course, this is Red Spotlight, the podcast that brings you everything coming out of the world of movies and more. You know, it's just two people really coming out of their 20s into their 30s, you know, trying to deal with, early stage crisis of some sort where the world is collapsing. And, you know, we just choose to talk about movies. And wouldn't you know, that also happens to be yet another victim of the way the world works and how things may be crumbling apart and how we may try and figure out how exactly it will fall apart, or if there may be some signs of hope, which, despite all of the crap that we have to talk about throughout the various years that we've been here, we seemingly still find some things to hope about, and we need to hold on to that, because if we don't, then what honestly do we have left? We love movies, we love talking about movies, and thank you guys for tuning in and week out for however long that you have been able to tune in, because honestly, it's what we kind of use to get through the darkness through here. So this is going to be Red Spotlight number 506. Today we got several reviews heading your way. The three major ones, as you saw on the thumbnail, will be Materialists by Celine Song, also Elio, the latest from Domee, Adrian, Molina, and the minds at Pixar, and then also one more for you will be the latest and greatest from a treasure of a man, Mike Flanagan. This is The Life of Chuck. Other movies that we will get into include the latest coming out of the John Wick universe, Ballerina, starring Ana de Armas, as well as the latest and not so greatest coming out of the variety of live-action remakes from treasured animated classics that can only hope to be inferior in every way. Best case scenario, right? I'm sure that's all of that headed your way here on, again, Red Spotlight number 506 coming to you. This is, we're in June now. This is June 25th, 2025. We've reached the halfway point of the year, I think, and it's pretty incredible to me, I will say, just to give you a bit of the temperature at where we're at right now. David, I know you're doing okay, right? Anything to say before we begin today? Just happy to be here generally?
Yeah.
Great. I just wanted to pause and give you a chance to come up with some air. Just to give us, a bit of where we are right now. Kind of how it was last year, where it felt like the early part of the year, things didn't seem to, as far as films are concerned, they didn't seem very much to talk about. But I will say, I think we're a little bit better now. Especially in comparison to last year. I think at this point last year, all I really cared about was like Furiosa, Dune Part 2, and Challengers. And that's about it. And whereas right now in 2025, there are a fair bit of titles I can like name and throw out you that I really have liked, I will say. And I think really all the films that are out right now, I think it's funny because one of the things I wanted to talk about first was this article in World of Real, which, hit or miss depending on like their track record. But, I think it's an editorial or a report of some sort. But there are always people who are dooming and glooming about like things collapsing. And I will say this, I don't think anybody more than me was dooming and glooming last year when it came to how the lazy Disney efforts were dominating everything. How Inside Out 2 became the biggest animated movie of all time. I was the one that was beating the drum, this is bad, while everybody else was like, money, 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 I love it. That's how I am. The same thing with Deadpool and Wolverine, when I'm like, and I know we don't feel the same way about the movie, but I do feel it's like, it should have been a lot better than what it was, but still, that, like nothing, what Marvel curse? That made all the money as long as they had the right names in the title of the movie. And then, of course, Moana 2 happened, made $1 billion. Then, of course, last month, Lilo and Stitch happened, made $1 billion. And it didn't, and last time we were with Peter, he kind of like put it together in a way that I couldn't have vocalized myself. But the upcoming Mandalorian and Grogu movie is also in the same realm or the same genre, because this is Disney taking all of its Disney Plus projects and then just putting it in theaters because they realized, oh my God, we can't make any money out of streaming. But you know what? Even though we don't really know how to make movies and we purposefully kind of made these movies to be kind of cheap, we're going to go ahead and put them in the theaters because people are going to be none the wiser. And they were right, because people still showed up. And I don't know. I think the quality speaks for itself. Inside Out 2, no one talks about that movie ever. Moana 2, no one talks about that movie ever. Lilo and Stitch, well, we were talking about it for all the wrong reasons, and now it's just kind of like...
Yeah.
So for however much the industry right now wants to talk about how, oh my God, Elio, what a miserable failure. Will original movies ever be okay? Is Pixar collapsing? Is this the end of original story? Yeah, it seems a silly conversation, I will say. We're going to talk about that for sure. But it just seems a little bit silly in comparison to everything else happening, where it's like, yeah, these other movies make money, but they're not really movies, are they? If they can't really sustain the conversation, if they can't really kind of like penetrate the consciousness, and it's not necessarily doing that at all. And I don't know how much this How to Train Your Dragon would be doing it, that same way as well. I mean, earlier this year, there were all of these stories about how the Snow White live action remake didn't do very well. And then the takeaway is, are Disney live action remakes not making any money? Only for 2 months later to the whole thing just, and then do you see how dumb it is? How I'm so sorry, but I have to say it again and again, that the people who are in control of the narrative and who have the power to kind of drive what we're talking about far too often show no accountability for how wrong they are as far as like what they want us to be discussing. We told you 2 or 3 months ago when it happened back in March that no, it failed because, well, I think the bad press had a lot to do with it. And I mean, years worth of bad press definitely dinged it. And I'm not even saying Rachel Zegler. Yeah. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying all the other crap. But more likely, Snow White is a movie that came out in the 1930s. Yeah. And I don't think the kids these days care for a film that old. Yeah. You can barely be bothered to care about movies that are as old as the 80s or 90s, much less the 30s. So if you're looking for a reason for why it didn't do well, there you go. Do you know why How to Train Your Dragon and Lilo and Stitch are doing better? Because they were made this century.
Yeah. It's like, look, for the whole Rachel Zegler thing, anyone who says that she was the main reason or the biggest reason why it bombed, just wrong. She had very, very little to do with for it bombing. Peter pointed out when we talked about it before, but the reason why Lilo and Stitch is going to be more successful is because that movie came out when we were kids, and now what are people our age doing? They're having families of their own. They got money of their own. They can go there. They want to relive their childhood, or they want to relive the childhood with their kids and all that. And that was why it's becoming so successful. And mind you, not only did it come out in our childhood, but it was a big part of our childhood with the sequels and the animated show. Snow White didn't have any of that. Okay? It was just a one movie, and Lilo and Stitch really proves that nobody actually loves Snow White movie. I'm sure there's a lot of people there that loved it, and maybe those are the ones that went to go see it. That
if
made the
Peter were here, he'd rip you to shreds because he'd be like, "I loved it."
I think he would agree. I mean, I corrected myself by saying like, okay, maybe there is a huge amount of people that loved it, and maybe those were the ones that went and saw it that made the $200 million and all that. But more than anything, though, I think a huge chunk of people just appreciate the movie, and
yeah.
But like Lilo and Stitch proves it, though. It's like no one really loves the movie because I thought we were all in agreement here that if you disrespect the source material, that your movie's gonna bomb or something. And then and everyone was going in on Rachel Zegler, going like, "Hey, she's the one that this." It's like she has no respect for the originals, for the original movie. Like, how dare she? Blah blah blah. Meanwhile, Lilo and Stitch comes out and it just completely derails from what the source material was. And I don't mean like plot wise. I'm talking about like the
it destroys
theme.
it. It destroys it beyond compare. It's
Yes.
like, are you kidding me?
And you can't say it's like, oh well, maybe a lot of people didn't know. It's like, no, the first weekend it came out, made 300 million. That's expected, fine. But a whole bunch of TikToks were coming out going, I do not watch this movie. You know, it's this completely. It completely destroys the meaning of Ohana and all that. Like, people are making a whole bunch of TikToks just trashing the movie. And then what happened the next weekend? It made another 300 million. It's like, okay, nobody cared. Nobody actually cared about what Rachel Zegler was saying in those press conferences. Press tours, sorry. They just saw a lot of people hating on her. They wanted to ride that train. They wanted to get the views. That's all you're seeing on TikTok and on YouTube. It's just people wanting to get behind that, hopefully getting views. And that's it. But nobody actually fucking cared what she was saying. And,
it's funny because I know, but we have to just keep beating this drum because Rachel Zegler continues to be somebody who is just persecuted for existing. Like she's doing this play on I believe off Broadway or on Broadway. I don't know where she's at right now, but she's doing this play, and the New York Post or some outlet ran this headline, which was clearly just clickbait of like, she's not in the balcony. Did she influence this? Is she ruining something else? And it's like, she's not singing by the balcony. This is the most non-story ever. So it's like, you already know there is a bias, and you didn't already know Disney really played their hands when the movie came out. So it's like they backed off on that because of how blatant it was.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say it's funny because like there are other examples you can like name and point to recently, as you were saying, where the new people who are brought in to reimagine these older stories are just flat out like being arrogant and like pushing back on the criticism. Like I was actually pretty surprised. Like, I don't know if I think it was about a month ago at this point, but Dean Fleischerkamp, who is the director that is most known for Marcel the Shell with Shoes On, the A24 film. Of course, they wanted him to do the Lilo and Stitch remake. And look, I can sympathize with any creative that's trying to make something out of a live action remake because you kind of are dealt a pretty bad hand to begin with. But I do feel like he really struck the wrong tone when he couldn't just leave well enough alone. I think he went out of his way to respond to a lot of the criticisms of Lilo and Stitch, which we did discuss previously about like, well, the biggest thing is you destroy the whole meaning of the movie. Ohana means family, nobody gets left behind and forgotten, and he completely just destroys that. And I don't really want to read his like statement, but it was just tone deaf the way that he was responding to it. If he wanted to make, he was basically saying that he didn't want to remake the original. Dude, what do you think they hired you to do? Mm-hmm. And I'm not defending Disney. No, I would like somebody, but don't act as if you were trying to, because it's still a shot-for-shot remake. Don't, and the things that you do change, break the story. And then also, no one's talking about how the fact that was a Disney Plus. Hush, it was a Disney Plus project, but then they put it on theaters. Mm-hmm. That's why it was like, it had a cheap budget because of that. If anybody is wondering. Otherwise, it would have been like 200 million plus, or whatever. But yeah, that was pretty arrogant. And then, of course, no one mentions the way that Rob Marshall or even Halle Bailey were like saying some really tone-deaf things about The Little Mermaid. And how it was not, again, you want to talk about, like, if you want to be that person about the original source material, hey, if you know anything about Howard Ashman or how the creation of The Little Mermaid, and then you listen to Rob Marshall and Halle Bailey talk about what they thought. Again, so it was just that whole thing was a mess to begin with. But for the most part, what I was trying to say is, if you go to the movies right now, there's a lot of really interesting stuff playing. You know, all the movies that we mentioned now, of course, some of those are bombing and they're not going to be in theaters very long. But hey, if you go to the movies, you can see Elio, Life of Chuck, Materialists, The Phoenician Scheme by Wes Anderson, which I was hoping to discuss now but Peter's not here and he saw it with me. I really liked the Phoenician Scheme. Benicio del Toro and Thruppleton, they were incredible. And I recommend that movie. To me, it was like good Wes Anderson. You also have some interesting, like, we mentioned the Ballerina. We also mentioned right now, opening in theaters this week is Megan 2.0, which looks bonkers and crazy as hell, but I'm sure people are going to go and see it. I believe there was like, there's the current Karate Kid movie with Jackie Chan and Ralph DiMacchio is also playing in theaters. Of course, Lilo and Stitch, How to Train Your Dragon. So it's like, look, I think right now it's a really interesting time to be there. I think some theaters in San Diego, where we're at, they're still playing Sinners, which that should tell you. And Sinners has been on digital for a while already. So that should tell you how much of a hit that movie has become. And very happy to see an original film be that successful when we're so used to them not being successful, because people are like, you know, there's a reason why the marketing for Materialists, I'm going to put it to you that way, why they were saying it's a fun, happy rom-com. Because if we told you what it was, you wouldn't see it. And then, of course, people like to bitch about marketing this and marketing that. And yes, we'll get into the lack of marketing when it comes to Elio. Don't be that person that says, well, I didn't know it was coming out. Well, they didn't market it properly. Because I get the feeling that a lot of people just say that as an excuse to not see the movie. If you're saying, oh, but the marketing was bad, you now know the movie's out there. Are you going to watch it? Or are you going to say, but the marketing was bad, to shield you from having to actually go and watch the movie? Mm-hmm. And I think ultimately, there's a lot to be said about the fact that there are many people who have for years said again and again online, where are all the original stories? And we've been saying it for years and years, to get fucked. Because whenever they come out in theaters, you tell the films to go fuck off. Meanwhile, how many times did I stand this past week at the box office to go see Elio, when everybody else around me, 3 tickets for How to Train Your Dragon, or 2 tickets for Lilo and Stitch. Mm-hmm. Both films, mind you, that you could go and watch on your TV right now and have a better experience than you ever would have hoped to have with those knockoff, copycat versions. Anyway, it was a bit of a rant, but the point of beginning the show this way was to just say, like, there's always going to be a time where we're going to be told by the elites, doom and gloom, sky is falling, and there's a reason for that. This week, there's an article that was basically saying, don't blame the executives. This was a Wall Street analyst, and of course, I want you to understand, Wall Street analysts are not people who you should take seriously. They, for instance, probably were trying to get New York City to vote for a 16-time accused sexual harasser to be put back in office over a 33-year-old Muslim democratic socialist who was actually trying to give you affordable things. So do not trust Wall Street insiders, and do not trust them to have the mentality for how to actually guide anything, because really what they do is they shield the people in power and they put the blame on you. In the article, this Wall Street analyst was saying about Elio not doing well at the box office, don't blame the executives. It's the audience's fault. And hey, I'm not saying there isn't a kernel of truth in there, but I think it is very, very cowardice or cowardly and disingenuous to say that the executives don't or should not bear any responsibility for the film not performing well, especially when, like, isn't the executive's job in a movie knowing how to market it?
How to market
that way that people can actually watch the movie?
How to market it, how to figure out to get the most success out of a movie. For example, Snow White shouldn't have been a $300 million budget movie. It should have been $90 million, and with that $200 million budget, would have made its money back. It would have gotten a success. So that's one thing. Marketing, I mean, there's yes, it's both sides. It's the audience, but also the executives. For one thing, though, like the idea of like, oh, I didn't know about this movie. That's iffy to me, because it's like you have social media. If you're following a Disney account, whether it's a fan account, whether it's the actual studio or something, or the actual Pixar studio account, Like, you're gonna see that this movie is gonna be coming out soon. So you should have known about this. Now,
Yes.
as to how the trailer as to how the trailer
Sorry.
as to how the trailer looked and all that, how some of the other, short little trailers were coming out and everything. Yeah, that's mostly from the executive's fault. They should have figured out a way to, really get the most out of your audience. Another example, Elemental. When that trailer came out, we had us Pixar, big Disney fans, we had zero interest in Elemental because we thought it was just going to be like the most generic story ever. And then we watched the movie, we were like, wait a minute, there was more to this than just what you were showing in the trailer. Like, why didn't you show this? Why didn't you get my attention through that? And then I truly believe this because of this whole go woke, go broke thing, that they were like, oh, if we market it as this movie as it's supposed to be a
as generically as possible,
yeah, then we should be fine. But no, that's bullshit. If you had marketed this as as it was intended, it was just like an immigration story, like this whole generational trauma story, that would have gotten people's attention. Like, oh, hey, this is something different, but
it's not an Elio problem. It's not an Elemental problem. It's not an original movie problem. I will tell you this: as far as marketing and trailers are concerned, when was the last time you were really blown away by a trailer out of a Pixar movie? Ask yourself this question, because I argue, and we have said this many times. We were saying this back in the days of like Toy Story 4, Cars 3, back then when we were like getting the show up and running and we were in the midst of all of those Disney Pixar sequels, I should say. I'm going to make a statement here. I don't think there's ever been an amazing Pixar trailer.
Actually, you mentioned...
I don't think there's been one. And I'm not saying like there haven't been good trailers. I'm saying like, is there really a trailer that has like really been like amazing for any of them? Like, but I can point to you, the trailers for most of their movies are not just not good; they're quite poor. You can put Elemental, you can put Elio, you can put Toy Story 4. Those trailers are not great. Ironically enough, maybe The Incredibles 2 trailers are maybe among their better ones. And that really wasn't that good of a movie to begin with. But like, I don't think Pixar trailers are not really kind of like trailers. They're more of just kind of like, especially in the time that we have been covering them, which would be 2015 and on. They're mostly just kind of like announcement trailers and they throw out ideas, but like they've been banking. Inside Out probably got to be as big as it was, $1 billion grosser, not because the trailers for Inside Out were great, but because, and I mean the first one from 10 years ago, but because people trusted Pixar. And in 2015, Pixar still had the glow of their like masterpiece era, where every original movie that came out was just hitting and hitting and hitting. Now, people want to say, oh, how the mighty have fallen. They've been putting out bad movies. That's not what it is at all. But it's like people and the audiences are just much more picky. And I think the big thing is, look, the point that I'm trying to make here is like their trailers have never been good to begin with. I think they've been coasting off of their name for over 10 to 15 years now. That's what it is, really. And now, if you want to be like really specific about why audiences, in particular to Pixar, are not going to go and give their originals a chance, like Elemental or Elio, it's because Luca, Turning Red, Soul, and Onward, really for the most part, were put on Disney Plus. 4 Pixar movies in a row were put on Disney Plus during COVID, and they just got used to having original Pixar films at home, and now we're in this era in which people are like, yeah, but is that movie screen worthy? Is it theater worthy to go? Like, and that, quite frankly, disgusts me, because I think every movie that is made theatrically is supposed to be seen theatrically. I think you lose something in the experience if you watch it at home versus if you watch it in the theater. And I can tell you, as somebody who loved Luca and Turning Red at home, when last year I had the chance to go watch it in theaters, I did. And it blew me away, more so than it already did at home. It makes for a big impact, but people at large don't have that same mentality. And I would also argue they maybe just have like stopped caring because of, soaring prices and the soaring cost of living that our politicians have failed to address. The right-leaning politicians are happy that it's happening, and they will continue to enforce policies that will crush us, economically speaking. And the left are not really left. They're also bought off by those same Wall Street analysts, those consultants, and we are where we are because it's not getting any better. And it won't get any better. And so I can understand that for 10 plus years now, when you think about the kind of audiences that would go see the Pixar film or a Disney animated movie, they maybe see 4 movies a year, maybe 1 movie a month. That's how it used to be. And this is what happens when the cost to go to a movie increases and the cost of living continues to increase and nothing is being done about it. The politicians are not doing anything at all to give you more money in your pocket or more of an income, the same way as the exhibitors are really not having any kind of real soul searching into how to improve the quality of their theaters or how to get you to spend more money. Instead, all they do is they jack up the prices on everything that you already paid for. And then their latest and brightest idea was to add even more ads to the 25 minutes of trailers that play already before your movie. And mind you, we're living in an era in which, there are many people who are now only just now saying, wow, the movie poster or just the average movie studio movie poster has just like really become dog shit, hasn't it? It's been that way for 10 years now. What do you mean it's just barely you're noticing it? What's happening right now is the average movie studio trailer is becoming quite dog shit and it kind of like abrasive to actually be put in. It's like you might as well just put pornography in my face because that might be more preferable than that trailer that is like nothing and the most boring, useless thing ever. I'm not saying, by the way, put pornography in my face. I want to be clear about that. I'm making a rather crass comparison because I think most movie trailers these days are quite garbage. And when you're already facing that, plus you're adding more ads, that's not going to attract any people into the theater. So I'm going to say to you right now, it's like I can understand where things are. It's not a one issue. It's not one thing that you can point to, David. I know you know this, but I'm just pointing it out to the audience. It's not just one thing. It's not 2 things. It's like 5, 10 different things happening at the exact same time that have been going on that have led us to this. I haven't even mentioned, well, I did mention Disney and putting it on streaming, but just streaming overall has just like exacerbated all of these things, as we have been saying. So that's our lead in. There's 2 things. I was going to read The World of Real, but I want to play Megan Cruz here, Jay Stoops. That's her at TikTok. She's incredible. I played her clips before. I wanted to play her because she's the one that's speaking to the article that was written by, I believe, Dade Hayes. I believe this is Deadline. This is the headline. Elio misfire could hasten demise of original animation. Wall Street analyst says, but don't blame film executives, blame the audience. So she's speaking to this exact thing that I was just saying. I'm going to go ahead and play it right now. And let's see where we're at with this one.
Absolutely terrible news for fans of original animation. Elio is officially Pixar's lowest opening weekend in all of Pixar's 30-year history making movies. Elio only made $21 million at the domestic box office, $34 million globally, which is an insanely low number. Obviously, this is a huge conversation, and film executives, journalists, anyone who really keeps an eye on the media and film landscape is going to be taking note of this, because this absolutely follows along with trends we have been seeing for many years now, that audiences are definitely choosing IP that's established. There's a definite lack of curiosity amongst general audiences that I've talked about that I really despise. But this article, I think, has a really kind of sensationalist headline. It says, "Don't blame film execs, blame the audience." There's definitely a degree of personal accountability accountability here of, again, audiences being deeply uncurious and just going for whatever is most easily served to them upon a platter. But I also think that this is conditioning. Like, I think it's very naive to act as though this is like audiences are just suddenly turning against original content and that they haven't been conditioned for the last 15 years of like the MCUification of cinema. Like this huge, this idea that the films that are most worthy of your time in a theater are these giant IP, event films. And I feel like the cinematic experience has been just generally devalued, and that's not, again, that's multiple factors. That's still longstanding effects from COVID and everything. But this is genuinely like a multifaceted problem that is not going away anytime soon. And it's really genuinely very sad to me as someone who deeply loved this movie, Elio. I think, again, I've talked about how much I really don't like Rotten Tomatoes. I think the Rotten Tomatoes score for this movie is currently sitting at 84%. And again, it's like we created this culture that has just devalued the entire concept of like an individualistic approach to art. Like, okay, generally more-ish people said that they liked Elio than didn't, and so the number, like its value is flattened to 84%. I think this movie's incredible. Many critics thought it was good to great, but you don't get that from a Rotten Tomatoes score. You just get a middling idea, like a general number, which is bullshit, frankly. But I also think that, again, with the sensationalism here, it's not as though audiences are resoundingly choosing IP in this case. Like, How to Train Your Dragon did have a strong start opening weekend, but second weekend, their numbers fell by 57%. That's a huge drop-off. The numbers are nowhere near as big as they were for Inside Out 2 last year. Like, I genuinely think that people, again, like, we've devalued the entire idea of going to the theater, and this is a problem that is much bigger than just this one individual instance, no matter how sad this individual instance makes me. But I will say again, for the record, I love this movie. It deeply touched me. Maybe probably like 5 times. If you want to watch my review, it is on my page. I highly recommend seeing it and supporting original stories and animation, because what else can we do?
Yeah, and I will say, I think she brings up a great point when it comes to the issue of conditioning. We are where we are because that is what the studios have been offering us for 10 plus years now. It used to be the studios were offering all kinds of movies in theaters, like the 2000s. Mm-hmm. And then when streaming came along, it was somehow just decided. Like, again, we can say that audiences now only want certain stories on the big screen and then everything else on streaming. Where did it come from? Because out of nowhere, studios were making those decisions themselves. This also correlates with the ballooning budgets of blockbusters. Like, as you were saying, there was no need for any Snow White movie to be over $90 million. Now, I will say, there are exceptions. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny was like over $300 million because of COVID. They had to stop and restart. The same thing with Mission Impossible, the Last Reckoning, not this one, but the one before that, the Dead Reckoning. Those are fine. There are even instances where budgets have ballooned because they had to scrap everything and do it all over again. Like Elio, that budget ballooned and was not going to be anywhere near as high as it is right now because of the issue that happened. So they had to save it, which is, by the way, something that Marvel did on the regular for, I think it felt like 10 straight movies in a row. Again, so the ballooning costs of budgets can be directly linked to studios making those decisions because they made the judgment call that audiences should only want those kind of movies in theaters. Whereas we're going to use our streaming platform to put these other smaller titles, smaller, quote unquote. It's that thing. I hate using I hate, saying bigger movies and smaller movies because it goes back to the whole, calling films of a certain budget or of a certain genre indie films. You know how Martin Scorsese, I don't like when they're called indie movies and all that kind of stuff. So it goes back to that. And I think it goes back to what James Gray said. It's like the studios have to force it back. They simply have to force it back. And I'll say this, it's about conditioning. If we live in a world in which there are millions of people out there that can be persuaded by money interests to vote against democratic socialists, to vote against progressive candidates, and I'm being serious. They're convinced to do this because of all the money being poured in through mailers and ads on TV. If they can make you believe that, then surely with your combined resources, you can be able to run a campaign to recondition audiences back and expect movies like Materialists to come back in theaters. And expect movies like The Life of Chuck, which also isn't doing at all well in theaters. Of course, that wouldn't happen. But supposedly, these are the people who have the most capital, that have the most power. And you're telling me you don't have it within you to condition audiences back in the other direction? Especially when, by the way, the cat's kind of out of the bag. It's been, and everybody kind of knows it, there's no money in streaming.
Mm-hmm.
You shit the bed hard on that. And what are you doing about that? What are you doing about that? And then also, blaming the marketing or lack thereof of marketing is a very lazy excuse. And I will say, it is also, I think, lazy on the part of the executives themselves. Prove your worth. You know, you're trying to get a whole bunch of working class people replaced with AI because you're saying that AI can do their job better than they can. Why don't we replace you with AI? Yeah, movie executives, because you are doing a pretty shit job at that. I mean, David and I and Peter, I think amongst us, we could have come up with many more creative ways to market Elio. Elio is a film about a boy that goes into space, aliens. Gee, I wonder if there was a Disney movie out in theaters at the exact same time that also dealt with a cute, lovable character that is from outer space. Oh, that's right, Stitch. You could, and by the way, you've been using Stitch. One of the ways that you marketed Lilo and Stitch the first time around was actually quite brilliant. The second time you did the exact same thing, but it was more disgusting because there was this disgusting poster with Stitch and a lightsaber and the Infinity Gauntlet and the 20th Century Fox logo. That was disgusting. But again, it worked. So you couldn't have Stitch pop in to the Elio trailers or vice versa. Mm-hmm. Or Stitch is insanely marketable. You couldn't have used him to help out Elio? You're telling me no one who you pay millions of dollars, mind you, could have come up with that idea? Let me go ahead, and this is the headline from World of Real. Report. Most exhibition executives believe moviegoing has less than 20 years left. The data came out of a survey by industry analyst Stephen Follows in collaboration with Screen Dollars. They reached out to nearly 250 executives across the American film sector. These are not smart people. Just want to put out there, yeah, these are not smart people. But okay, let's see what they have to say. That they work in exhibition, production, distribution, sales, television to take the pulse of where things stand post-COVID. They're cynical about the future. Over 60% of them also think that the clock is ticking fast. Interestingly, among all the groups surveyed, it's the exhibitors themselves who seem slightly more... Okay, the exhibitors. So let me just say here. So they... okay, so it wasn't just them. So this survey was through people working in exhibition as well as the production, distribution that would include the movie studios, sales, and television. Okay. So the exhibitors themselves seem slightly more optimistic than their peers about their industry. Follows doesn't frame the results as all doom and gloom. He leaves the door open to the idea that the model might evolve. Maybe the venues stay open, the business shifts, and what we call going to the movies just ends up looking different. But the through line is clear. Change is inevitable. One thing that should stand out, nearly 90% of all exhibitors say that they still haven't bounced back from pre-2020 revenue levels. Duh. 2020 wrecked the old rhythms of the business, and it turns out they're not easily rebuilt. I would also say it's like, hey, just call it out there. COVID, but also Disney Plus. I'm going to tell you right now, no streamer is more responsible for where theaters are at right now than Disney Plus. And I would also say HBO Max too. That whole day and date shit, you screwed the pooch, as Tony Stark would say. Don't just say since COVID. put them on freaking blast. They helped COVID screw you. On top of that, 81% of the respondents said that they still want a theatrical exclusivity window of at least 45 days before. This is what I mean, and I want to make it very, very clear again to people who want to say, "Oh, it's the creatives at Pixar's fault," or something else. This is where we are. The answers are very, very easy for how to get out of this mess. The exclusivity theatrical window needs to be longer as it used to be. You cannot have a system in which the movies are playing in theaters one week and are at your home the next week. You have to stop that. You have to also take risks in making different kinds of movies how you were doing in the 90s and the 2000s. Because even when you make things that fail from a box office standpoint, they find an audience, and then years later, it turns out you have a franchise, like Lilo and Stitch. That movie wasn't a huge hit. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, reports have come out saying that you were trying to kill that project back in the 2000s. Take more risks, make more original films. Even if they fail, you have to have the mentality that even if you're not going to make any money, at some point, it's going to be paid in return, in that maybe it becomes a franchise. And even if it doesn't, what you do is you create more of an awareness, more of a consciousness. This is what James Gray was saying. Even if movies fail, you are contributing to get people invested and back interested in the movies and going to the movies. That is going to pay you back tenfold. Also, bring down these ridiculous budgets. You do not have to make these movies be $200, $300 million, $150, $250, no, you don't have to do any of that. Like, these things we've been saying for a long time now. I would also just say, hey, get creatives back in control to make better movies, make better creative decisions, make better posters, make better trailers. I mean, just overall, think back to your long history. When the Hollywood system was decimated back in the 60s and the 70s, who did you bring in? We want to all blame George Lucas and Steven Spielberg for, ushering in the blockbuster and ruining movies. I don't know who wants to do that, but listen, it wasn't just them. It was Brian De Palma. It was Martin Scorsese. It was Francis Ford Coppola. They were in that same Rat Pack generation group, and they brought back different kinds. I mean, what happened in the 70s was incredible because they let people come in and revolutionize everything. Like ILM being created by George Lucas to help get Star Wars out there in the first place. That in and of itself is you put creative and talented people back in charge. That's what you have to do. You're not going to go anywhere if you are being led by cravenous, capitalistic, disgusting creatures like David Zaslav and Bob Iger, who are not concerned about creativity. Their main idea of being creative is taking a low-budget, made-for-cheap streaming movie, putting it out in theaters, knowing you're going to shove it down your throat and thank them for it. Which most of you, by the way, if we're being honest, did just that. I will say, if we're holding out hope that audiences are going to save movies or are going to, out of nowhere, raise their standards, that's not going to happen. We have to realize that in this monoculture, the main consciousness is what the powers that be dictate it to be. I want to reiterate, if we live in a world in which the politicians and the donors and the executives get together to deem which politicians are able to be bankrolled, that way you think, because you watch TV, oh, that person's good. I'm going to vote for that person, but that person's bad, and I hate that person. If we're the same kind of population that can be so easily bamboozled into voting against their best interests, then maybe those same people can maybe, I don't know, get off their ass and think some good things to convince people to come back to the movies. But that won't happen, and that can't happen because we have to remind ourselves that the people who are in the driver's seat in this movie business are not the people who care about movies. David Zaslav has been at WB, and from day one, his main mission has been to sell it. Bob Iger has come back, and every day he's been back, he's made Disney worse for it. Pete Docter this past week was going out there and saying that, look, we have to keep making original films because no shit. But in that same quote, he was saying, you don't want us to make Toy Story 27. Pete, I'm sorry, but do you know who you work for? I think Bob Iger would actually beg to differ. I think if he had it his way, he'd make Toy Story 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And do that until the end of time. So I just want to make sure that people are clear. I don't know, realistically, if there's a way to move past the Bob Igers or the David Zaslavs of the world. But so long as they are in the driver's seat, don't expect anything to realistically change. But I would just ask people to, when we have situations like Elio bombing, we need to be aware of who are the real culprits. Who are the right people to shift the blame to? And when we have forces out there like those Wall Street analysts that say it's your fault, and I want to be clear, sometimes I'm going to be that bitch and say to you, yeah, it's your fault too. But when they say, oh, we need to shield the executives from any kind of blame. So, I think, David, we've been on this for maybe half an hour at this point. I just want to say, look, I think realistically, the movie business is going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, things seem pretty great as far as like what's out there. I just feel like ultimately, as far as the big questions, the answers are very simple. But in particular, the studios who are controlled by executives that are not concerned about movies as they are about how they can get theirs more than anything else, and they do not come from the world of movies. They come from the world of corporations. Again, let's give a shout out to Ronald Reagan and the conservatives in the 1980s that enacted their policies of deregulation, which allowed the corporations to come in here and purchase these studios in the first place. So we want to make sure that we give him his credit. Supposedly, these are the people who have earned the right to say they're the smartest people in the room because of the wealth and power that they wield. And yet, when the answers to fix this industry are so very simple, they're not going to do it. But again, what is the point of me saying this is I would hope that if anyone is listening, it would occur to them, these people aren't very smart. So don't listen to what they say. It's all bullshit and they lie to you all the time. Last year, Bob Iger was raving about how great the animation was coming out from Moana 2, not realizing that he was pretty much just saying out loud, we made this for cheap out of studio, and it came back so good that it's almost movie level. He was basically saying in translation, these idiots won't know the difference. I'm going to put it in theaters. And unfortunately, what I haven't said in all of this is because the studios have conditioned audiences to want one thing in theaters, there has also been by that same metric, or I should say by that same standard, a serious collapse in film and media literacy. That's the other component. So when you put all these things together, we have this powder keg of this kind of like out in the wilderness situation where we are with movies, where there's a lot of original films that don't have a chance and won't have a chance. And some will, just by a stroke of luck or some, I don't know, word of mouth or whatever. I mean, we've been saying it for a long time. But I just say it's like I get frustrated every time, you know, especially when in regards to Pixar. I think Pixar is a great studio. I think they continue to excel despite the fact that they are controlled by Bob Iger, who is the most uncreative person imaginable. I think they're doing the best that they can considering who they work for. I will put it to you at that. And I don't like it when people who do what we do and talk about the industry start with what went wrong with Pixar and frame the discussion about like what can Pixar do to get audiences back. That's not the problem here. That's not really who has any say in what has happened. As we've been talking about, the discussion should be is what Disney and like why is it that last year? Remember last year, Inside Out 2 came out. How many people were praising Bob Iger? There you go, Bob. You came back and we're going to praise Bob Iger every time Pixar has a success. But when they have a box office failure, we're going to go right back and blame Pete Docter. Wait a minute. Why are we... So when they win, it's Bob Iger's success. And he's the reason why it worked. But when they're not winning and they're creating at the box office, Bob who? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Pete Docter's in charge of Pixar. Let's go ahead and blame him.
Oh yeah, anyone who ever just makes a claim that like, oh, this is the biggest reason or this is the main reason a movie fails, like again, they're just wrong. There is we just pointed out I don't know how many things of like why not just Elio but like a lot of other movies are failing in the box office. There's so much going on to just make a movie that any one little thing can make it collapse. Whether that means whether it's, you know, an actor or an actress not saying the right things during press tours and all that, or it's the executives not focusing on the budget or what the story should be or what they want the story to be or what kind of story they want to tell audiences. Same thing goes with writers and directors who are just not good at what they're doing. And yeah, there's like a whole bunch of other stuff. So this is why it also bothers me.
Was there anything else that I didn't mention? I'm sorry, go ahead, David. Was there anything else that I didn't touch on that you think are factors, as you were saying?
I think we hit on everything. I mean, we talked about the executives. I don't think we hit that much on like writers and... Well, actually, no. You brought up how the director for the Lilo and Stitch live action just kind of like, dude, you fucked up. Come on.
I also was just saying overall, it's like just put talented people in charge. And I do feel no disrespect to some individuals, but there are so many people, especially at Disney, who have been put in charge of projects that had no business being put there.
Mm-hmm. And this is something that
hire talented people.
Yeah, and this is just something that more and more people are noticing, which is the ones who review movies that are like, they'll look at the name of people who worked on on some movie that just super bad, and they'll have like 0 credits on their like either IMDb or on their Wikipedia, and it's like, why hire them in the first place? Or, you know, or like, why hire them on something so big as the live action Lilo and Stitch or Snow White or anything like that? You know, if you're gonna make something big, you better have like...
To be fair, those movies don't really need directors, do they?
I mean, not really, but either way though, too, like...
I don't know. You're right about that. I mean, let's just stop right here and think about, honestly, because I'm not sure. I try and have been trying throughout the many years that we've been doing this podcast, trying to emphasize that point that you're making right now. Years and years and years of just really, really questionable hires or hirees, right? So let's start with this one, right? So Daredevil, the reboot by Marvel Studios. Originally, they hired somebody whose last project was from 2010, and it was a USA cable show.
And that was supposed to be like, oh, hey, look, see, we're thinking about long form television shows now. Like that was kind of what they were hoping, but that's still not enough.
I mean, to speak of Marvel Studios, I mean, they keep trying and avoiding directors, like real auteur directors at all costs. How many times did they try and woo over Sean Levy to direct both Avengers movies? But it turns out it's okay. Sean Levy was attached to a Star Wars movie, which he also really has no credibility to be on at all.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Lucasfilm. They hired Josh Trank after Chronicle, but then Fan Forstic came out and they had to let him go. That project was canceled. Gareth Edwards. Visually, he's a great director. From the writing standpoint, he's not. So they had to bring in Tony Gilroy and make rewrites and somehow make it work. Benioff and Wise, who were getting all the credit for how successful Game of Thrones was, and then it turns out the last season came out and it pissed everybody off, and they weren't really all that thrilled. That also never came to be. Colin Trevorrow, Jesus Christ, Colin Trevorrow, just to make Jurassic World was fine, but he should not have been brought back to write the scripts for Fallen Kingdom or Dominion.
Mm-hmm.
Why would we want one person to be in charge of 3 Jurassic World movies? And by the way, each time he came back, those movies were made progressively worse. But at one point, that person was set to write Episode 9, Star Wars Episode 9. Then he was dismissed in favor of J.J. Abrams, who has admitted many times he does not do good endings. And that's the person you hire to do an ending. But it's okay. You give him a co-screenwriter, and that is Chris Terrio, who, yes, he won an Academy Award for writing Argo, but he also was the person who wrote the disastrous movies that sunk a whole 10 years worth of DC and Warner Brothers. You bring in Chris Terrio, who co-wrote Batman v Superman and Justice League, and pair him up with J.J. Abrams to write Star Wars Episode 9. By that same tone, you make Zack Snyder not only do a Superman in quotation marks movie with Man of Steel, but then you also bring him back to do Batman vs. Superman and then the Justice League in 3 movies, one after the other, without thinking to yourself about what kind of a disaster that is to hand over an entire cinematic universe to one guy, especially that guy of all people? Suicide Squad? Who, again, maybe David Ayer made an okay movie. I don't know what it was, but you took away his movie and you made the decision, Warner Brother executives, to recut the entire movie based on how successful that trailer was. I mean, I could go on and on, but it's just like, those are the more notable examples in the time that you and I have been doing this, David, of just decisions that when you hear them, you're like, that's just a bad fucking idea. And then when they come out, you see?
Mm-hmm. And you know they're they're realizing that now because of that trailer for Thunderbolts, the one where they kept putting like people's names who were on A24 movies. They're like, see, if we tell the people here, it's like, hey, we got some talented people working on this movie. They'll come. It's like, okay, so you know that you need talented people working on your movies.
I think we talked about that when we reviewed Thunderbolts. It was kind of a joke. I mean, the directors, it was a joke of an idea, but then Kevin was like, okay, let's do it. So they went for it, and I think it got some people's attention, and good for the Thunderbolts. It was a real movie. Yeah. Hey, it was a movie.
It was a movie that we actually enjoyed. Came out kind of, smiling and everything. But, again, you're now realizing, oh, okay, you need talented people working on your movies, and you're not doing it because, you're going to have to pay them more and all that. I mean, yeah. Just like, again, we don't care what the budget is on your movie, but make it look good. Make it go, okay, yeah, this is worth this amount of money. Now, yeah, we would go if it looks great, story's great and all that. Us, I mean, the ones who enjoy watching movies and all that. But if you want people to keep coming, you still need to do the other things, which is, make sure the movie stays there longer than 45 days, market it well, better than what you did with Thunderbolts. I mean, yeah, like we said, it worked and all that, but you still need to do better. And then, yeah, just, yeah.
As you were saying, more names and examples came to mind. I mean, that Rick and Morty writer, Steven something, or what's his name? The guy that was the main writer for Loki, and then they also had him be the main writer for Multiverse of Madness. They were originally going to have him write Kang Dynasty. I forget his name, but there was that one guy. Again, associating yourself with people who are not very talented. With Marvel Entertainment, they hired Scott Buck, who was most known for ruining the last couple of seasons of a show called Dexter. And they put him in charge of Iron Fist and then Inhumans. Talk about just disastrous decisions. I could keep going. I mean, the collaboration from hell that is Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, that just continues to just prove that they're just not worth it. And then again, I mean, if you're Kathleen Kennedy and you saw what a complete mess the Ahsoka season was, at this point, Ahsoka really did, I'm sorry, it was like, the Emperor has no clothes. Like, Dave needs a lot of help. He needs a lot of work. Mm-hmm. And yet, what do? You greenlight a second season in which he is the sole writer again for every episode. What are we doing here? Mm-hmm. There's just this failing upwards mentality, and you can link that between, you fail upwards in Hollywood, you fail upwards in the politics arena in the Democratic Party. We're just rewarding not just bad behavior, we're rewarding mediocrity. Mediocrity would actually be a welcome return. We're rewarding people who are, quite frankly, among the worst writers imaginable. Again and again. And even, I believe Kathleen Kennedy was mentioning that at Star Wars, they're also developing a trilogy with Simon Kinberg. Simon Kinberg, who wrote Fan Four Stick. Simon Kinberg, who wrote and directed Dark Phoenix from 2019, in case anybody forgot that was a movie. Simon Kinberg, who was also, I believe, credited with helping the screenplay for X-Men The Last Stand, which in that movie also had a Dark Phoenix storyline. The same person messed up the same storyline twice? And you bring him on to develop a new set of movies? Where the fuck is Rian Johnson's trilogy? It ain't that hard. Bring him back and make those movies. Because he, unlike all of those people that I mentioned, is a gifted writer in everything he's done. And this, I mean, this happens also. It's like, it was announced earlier today that there's going to be a sequel for The Social Network, which I don't know why we need a Social Network 2, but Aaron Sorkin, who wrote the screenplay for the first one, is going to come back, but David Fincher, who directed the first one, is not, and instead, they're going to have Aaron Sorkin direct this. And Aaron Sorkin, his only experience with directing happens to be Being the Ricardos with Nicole Kidman and Javier Bardem, and then also The Trial of Chicago 7 with Sacha Baron Cohen and I believe Joseph Gordon-Levitt. And I believe Molly's Game with Jessica Chastain, which he's a great writer. Directing, I mean, you're going to give him The Social Network 2? Yeah. Which, again, I don't even know why there needs to be a Social Network 2. So that's just, that's a little bit of a questionable decision. I'll just put it out there. But by that same metric, and I want to bring this up. I know we have other things to get to, but it's like Gareth Edwards is also somebody who I enjoy Gareth Edwards because I do think he is a gifted individual when it comes to the screen. I want to put up this tweet that I saw earlier today by, I believe, Brendan Hodges, who I think really verbalized how I feel about Gareth Edwards. He said, and Gareth Edwards, just to be clear here, he is the credited director for Godzilla 2014, Rogue One, The Creator from, I believe, was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was October 23, I want to say. And then he is the upcoming director for Jurassic World Rebirth. Okay, so keep that in mind. This is what Brendan Hodges says about Gareth Edwards, who, by the way, I'm going to say he is a talented individual, but I think he also suffers from this mentality of being a writer-director. You don't have to do both. I think he's a really good director, but all of his movies, I believe, suffer in the writing department in which he has written. Take a clue, take a hint. And this is what Brendan says. Haven't seen the new dinosaur movie, but Gareth Edwards is one of the great visualists of his generation. All of his movies look like $1,000,000, and he's awesome at big screen scale. That I wonder what magic would happen if the man actually got a terrific script for once. Rogue One looks beautiful. That's Gareth Edwards. The creator, by the way, and the creator deserves a lot of respect. He made that movie look like $150 million. He made it for 80.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Jurassic World Rebirth, which is coming out soon, like I think next month.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's going to look great. But why do you have to be the person to write your own things? He continues, Brendan. Edwards takes a lot of jobs that were clearly in trouble before he signed on. He only did Jurassic after a bunch of bigger names passed, since they wanted more work on the script. Where other than the creator, he's never really had a full shot at success. Really feel like if Edwards finds the right collaborators, especially who are more gifted than he is at capturing human drama, since he's clearly such a big visuals guy, he just might be due for delivering. Look, collaborations are key. I think individually, there are people who have suffered. Dave Filoni has suffered without George Lucas. I'm going to put it to you plain and simple. George Lucas suffered without Dave Filoni. Those two worked well together. The Russo brothers, Joe and Anthony Russo, they've suffered incredibly without Kevin Feige and without Chris Marcus and Steve McFeely. When those three were together, they were pretty good.
Yeah.
Individually, all of those people have suffered on their own. Yeah. Look at how great Tom Cruise and Christopher McQuarrie are together. They did like 3 or 4 Mission Impossibles plus Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick, by the way, was a success because of the collaboration of Chris McQuarrie and Tom Cruise. Now, Chris McQuarrie, credited screenwriter and producer, he deserves more credit for Maverick than the actual director Kaczynski, because Joseph Kaczynski, who's directing the F1 movie that comes out this week with Brad Pitt, I'm not sure is going to be received all that well. And I'll tell you what, neither is Top Gun 3 if he insists on doing that without Chris McQuarrie. It's pretty obvious that's what it is. Like, you have to admire the collaborations. So I don't understand why. And then again, this is why, the last couple of years we've been talking about how like James Gunn's got so much hate because of the people he usually works with. Idiots. Every person in this business that has been able to forge their own path continues to use their same collaborators because it works. Look at, Steven Spielberg has his same. He's been working with John Williams for 50 years. Yeah. For God's sakes. Look at, he has his team. Scorsese has his team. He has the same editor, Thelma Schoonmaker, for 50 years. Like,
He uses
it
the
works
same
when it works. I'm sorry?
He also uses the same actor.
Oh, yes, same actors. Robert De Niro has been in at least 8 or 9 of his movies. Wes Anderson always uses the same actors, for God's sakes.
Same actors, but then also Emma Stone. How many movies has she been on with the guy who made oh my gosh, I can't
Yorgos Lanthimos?
Yes.
Yeah, you think it was who made he made Poor Things, and he also made was it The Lobster, I want to say? No, not The Lobster. It was something else. But I think Yorgos Lanthimos. Maybe it was him. The Favorite, yeah. The Favorite and Poor Things. And then there are also new collaborators meeting anew. Luca Guadagnino had a new collaboration this last year when it comes to Justin Koritsky's, whose career is just starting. Justin Koritsky is the husband of Celine Song. Celine Song, who has written and directed Materialists and Past Lives. Justin Koretsky wrote 2 screenplays for Luca Guadagnino. He wrote Challengers, and he also wrote Queer. This business and the people who succeed is dependent on people and who is on their team to work on their projects. It's just the way that it is. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that should. I think we can wrap that part up now. I think that just gives people a general sense. I mean, I also will say Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are not good working partners because they bring out the worst in each other from what I've been able to see. Because honestly, I liked Jon Favreau before The Mandalorian. I liked his movies. I liked Iron Man. I liked Chef. I liked Zathura. You know, Cowboys and Aliens, I was like, whatever, but it was still a watch. I just feel like ever since Mandalorian, but I hated Lion King. I should say that. That was awful. That was like one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Lion King 2019, directed by Jon Favreau, to be clear, not the 1994 masterpiece. Be clear before anybody else, throws their pitchforks out at me. But, speaking of talented people, hey, this is all thematically intertwined. Just today, June 25th of 2025, as we're recording this podcast, breaking news. Yes, it's a shame that Amazon owns MGM, and then Amazon now also owns the rights to James Bond because we don't need to give Amazon any more power. But they had sense enough to not just get somebody good for the job of directing the next James Bond, they got somebody who's perfect for the job. Denis Villeneuve is going to direct the next James Gunn. the James Bond movie. And I don't think I've ever been more excited for a James Bond movie.
Yeah, same.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Same.
It's like, and I don't dislike the James Bond movie. I like Daniel Craig as James Bond, and I liked all of his movies to varying degrees. But this, and look, Denis Villeneuve, I don't think has ever missed, and I haven't seen all of his movies, but the ones that I have seen, Arrival, the Dune movies, Blade Runner, now this, I'm like, and if we're being honest, I really do think Denis Villeneuve should have won Best Director last year. I really think he probably should have been the guy to win it. No offense to Sean Baker or Honora, who I also happen to love that movie and that director, but Dune, I think, was the movie of the year. And he did to that movie what only he could do. And I didn't realize myself that Denis Villeneuve was also a fan of the James Bond franchise. I was so sure that we're going to go with I will say we should also just pour one out there for Chris Nolan, who I'm sure is not happy today because he has been trying to get a James Bond movie made for a long time but they've not. I guess they don't want to give him complete control. And I also do think I think they're also trying to sign people on for multiple projects, not just one. And I don't think Chris would do more than one movie. That's just not his style. So I could totally see Denis doing more than one James Bond movie if he really wants to do it. So I think there's a future there with that sense. But I want to get your reaction when you saw it. I thought this was one of the biggest news stories in a while. It's wow, this is exciting stuff.
No, yeah, for sure. I think Denis Villeneuve does. I'm gonna be excited for, and the fact that this is a James Bond movie, which I'm with you. I'm not that big of a fan. I enjoyed Daniel Craig's movies, especially the last two. They were fun. But yeah, I'm really excited for this. I'm honestly just curious, what the heck is he gonna do differently than what the last ones were and all that. I just can't. Yeah, it's hard for me to picture, but that's the fun part. It's okay, you're gonna surprise me no matter what, so that's awesome. But yeah, so we'll see.
I think I've seen some people push back a little bit, saying that they were hoping for somebody who would have brought a different vibe or a different aesthetic to James Bond than the Daniel Craig movies, and that they feel whatever Denis Villeneuve is going to do is going to be similar to that. I don't think so. I'm going to say this. I feel a lot of people were also kind of saying the same thing about Matt Reeves doing a Batman movie after the Nolan movies and saying, like, isn't that just, like, kind of in the same kind of, like, dark territory or whatever? I think the Batman is very different than the Nolan Batman movies.
Yeah.
And by that same metric, I think that this Villeneuve Bond movie is going to be very distinct from the Bond, the Daniel Craig Bond movies.
Mm-hmm. With Matt Reeves, you know, he had a bit of like a horror element to the Batman movie and all that. Because I mean, remember that first
Gotham
shot of the
Cities
Riddler?
are so different.
Yeah,
yeah,
and all that. So there's that. I think the sci-fi gadgets elements of James Bond is going to be shown very differently with Villeneuve coming in. So I don't know. I think I can't really describe like what he'll do exactly and all that, but for sure he's going to make something different than what was made before.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see, because he has a challenging task adapting Dune Messiah. Is that coming out next year or the year after?
Ooh.
I don't even know when it's going to come out.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I think isn't it about to film or filming? I don't even know. You see, I will say, even though it's not getting as much traction, it's still about a year away. But the recent Steven Spielberg production has wrapped. That is going to star Emily Blunt, Colin Firth, Josh O'Connor, and Coleman Domingo. We don't know really anything about this movie. The details have been like really tight-lipped. It's still just called Steven Spielberg's original UFO movie. And it was cast, and they already wrapped filming. You see how good you are when you've been doing it for 50 years? How you can just shoot it and then done just like that? But it's good because you still have a whole year to really put it together.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be out next June, 2026. I'm excited to get more information about this story because as somebody who is a huge fan of Spielberg, I know that when he was doing the press tour for The Fabelmans, he was like sincere. As somebody who usually works, he had no idea what he wanted to do next. There was one speech he gave, and I shared with you, where he was like kind of teasing where I got to get back to some of those earlier, scarier movies like Jaws and Close Encounters. And maybe he brought a little bit of that to this UFO idea that he came up with. The screenplay written by David Koepp, who they've previously collaborated with War of the Worlds and Jurassic Park, I want to say. So this is an interesting, I think, project. And I know the media is not covering it with the same kind of fervor and passion as Chris Nolan, because Chris Nolan, everybody like goes crazy, and it has like Tom and Zendaya and Matt Damon and whatever. Okay, great. I'm looking forward to the Spielberg project, and I can't wait to see anything, still images, a trailer for that, whenever that may be. I'm also just trying to figure out what's the tone gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Is it gonna be a horror movie? Is it gonna be an action movie? Is it gonna be more of a spy thriller? Like, I don't know what this is gonna be just yet, and that hasn't been, I think, at all tipped off in any of the details. So I want to put that out there also as far as like projects that are coming up. And then I know last time we talked about DC and James Gunn and Superman. Hey, we're all very excited for Superman. It's like really, I think 2 weeks away from the recording of this podcast. I think people are only just now beginning to see the movie, and we'll see how the reactions are. But I know that last time that we were discussing these movies, we were talking a little bit about Matt Reeves and what was happening specifically with the Batman 2. So far as there was a bit of an update saying that James Gunn is still waiting for a script, and it's apparently coming to him very, very soon. Whatever that means.
I know.
So,
Right.
whatever. I mean, he was pretty aggressive in the way that he was like pushing back on fans that were like, "Is everything okay? What's happening? Is it canceled?" He's saying it's not canceled. Everything's fine. I'm still can't wait to read the script. Hey, we can't wait to see the movie, but
Either someone, sorry, either you gotta push Matt Reeves to go to work faster, or y'all need to figure out what the fuck is going on, because it's getting ridiculous. How many years has passed?
I would think so too, especially because if those rumors are to be believed, that the next movie that James Gunn wants to do is his take on BVS, to have a movie with both Superman and Batman in it. I mean, well, who's the Batman going to be?
Yeah,
you know,
I know, it's just, it doesn't make any sense at all. I feel like you had a great start with the Batman. Just go along with it, dude. Like, I'm sorry, but at this point, I really don't care about your James Gunn. I mean, like, I really don't care about your Batman. Like, I want to see Matt Reeves, and I think that's how it is with everyone. It's like, we want to see Matt Reeves Batman, like,
especially with how long we've been waiting for this.
I know, like, for how long and everything. And look, I have high hopes for your Superman movie, but yeah, sorry, we got a Batman. I want to see his now. Make it to the very end. Either let him finish it, and then you can go for yours or something, or just join. It just seems like a no-brainer as to what you have to do next. And honestly, if he does go make his own Batman, I truly believe it's gonna fail. I don't care how good of a Superman movie he makes. I truly believe it's gonna fail, because it's gonna be confusing. Like, we have the Batman, and now we have Batman and whatever the fuck he's gonna call it. You know, I even mentioned it before. It's like, what was the title for like his Batman? It was something else. It wasn't like
I don't remember.
Batman. Let's just say it was like Brave and Bold.
Which one?
James
Brave
Gunn.
and the Bold. Oh yes. Not James Gunn, but the other guy. I think Andy Muschietti.
Oh, was it? Yeah, it was something with
Andy. Well, Andy Muschietti was supposed to direct it, right? The guy that did The Flash and It Chapter 2. Which, again, red flag. Don't let that guy do a Batman movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had like
but
a
yes,
different
I think
title.
the inspiration was Yes, you are correct. I think it was the Cape Crusader. I don't know what it was, but it was the Batman. It was based on that comic that you were talking about.
Yeah, it
was the inspiration for it.
Brave and Bold is a Batman cartoon show that I was thinking of. There was a title specifically for one about his son, where Batman and his son are teaming up and all that. But I mentioned before, when that was announced, it's like, stick to that subtitle. Don't put Batman, then subtitle. It's just stick to the subtitle, because you will confuse people with the Batman and then Batman subtitle, because they're gonna think it's just gonna be a sequel, and they're gonna get confused. It's just gonna fail. So stop it.
Yeah, basically. Oh, I didn't even. I'm sorry. I glided past it, but like we were talking about Jurassic World Rebirth. Some of the people who were a little bit concerned about like where we are at the box office, they were saying like, why were the tracking numbers for Jurassic World so low? Well, I think a Jurassic World movie is going to make money no matter what. Let's just put it out there. But I will say, money as in like some money. But I think there might be a risk. Maybe it's not as big of a hit, because guess what? I'm going to put it out there. The last Jurassic movie that came out and was actually liked was 10 years ago this month. Jurassic World, yes, directed by Colin Trevorrow, came out in 2015, which is now, much to our disgust, 10 years ago. And that movie is not perfect. It may not even be great, but it was a great theatrical moment that people loved. The follow-up movies, while they each made a lot of money, I don't know how many people actually like them, but I don't think most people cared very much for those movies. And I'll tell you, it wasn't just that Fallen Kingdom and Dominion were bad movies. I think truly we should respect them as true embarrassments. Jurassic World Dominion in particular, did you ever watch that one?
I never saw it.
I think we might have to do it for the channel just for the. I mean, and again, I know I don't want us to make us watch bad movies, but it is such an absurdly dumb, moronic movie. It's like you really have to see it to believe it. Because there are moments in the movie where it feels like Colin Trevorrow took his script for episode 9 and transferred it over to Dominion. He has a cantina scene. He has a cantina scene in Dominion. He has a Death Star sequence scene where the characters are all moving in this base as if they were on the Death Star in Star Wars. It has to be seen to be believed. That's how insane. Bad of a movie it is. It's insane, but like the comparisons are there. And of course it makes no sense. And of course it's all dumb and stupid. So my thing is like, am I looking forward to Rebirth? I mean, not really. But I will say with Gareth Edwards attached, I hope it's more like, at the very least, can we get back to where, I mean, there is no Jurassic movie that ever came close to the first one by Steven Spielberg. And let's not even kid ourselves. But I think I haven't gone back and rewatched Jurassic World too many times. Because I even think Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard are kind of nothing in that movie. I get more out of the Lost World Jurassic Park, the second one, and Jurassic Park 3. I get a lot more out of those movies. Maybe because I grew up with them, but I get a lot more out of those than I do the Jurassic World movies, which are just bad movies. So I would hope that Rebirth is going to go back to that. But again, no matter what, I don't think any Jurassic movie is ever going to be like Loved. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's just like I don't know. We'll see. Do you have any expectations? Are you looking forward to it? Are you going to watch it?
I kind of don't want to watch it.
Well, I mean, yeah, the last one, you didn't watch it at all. Did you watch Fallen Kingdom?
Yeah, I did. I don't remember much, honestly.
Well, that must have guided your choice to not bother watching the last one that was in theaters, because it was that bad.
Mm-hmm. I just kept thinking, like, dang, you could have, if I had taken it differently, you could have made a good movie, but nah. I also didn't like that scene where you see that dinosaur dying.
That
was too sad. I was just like, I don't like this.
I think that moment, it was a gross miscalculation of what people come and watch these movies for. It also just that whole thing. I mean, I'm not going to relitigate that movie. No, we're not going to get into it.
Yeah, we should move on.
There's no point. There's no point. If you want to watch what we think about Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, I'm sure we talked about it on our show back in 2018.
You for sure did. I remember listening to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you never listened to our review of Dominion? Because that one was even crazier.
Oh, wait. Yeah. No, actually, I can't remember Fallen Kingdom, but Dominion for sure. I did listen to that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
When was Dominion? That was 2021, 22?
Around those years for sure.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think it was one of those. Yeah, not very good. Okay, well, we can go ahead and transition to some of the movies that we can talk about today.
Yeah.
Ballerina, we'll begin there because the John Wick franchise is interesting. I think the John Wick franchise has been a very successful franchise, and they've been very consistent. I think all 4 movies in the John Wick chapter are really good. I know that most people are like the first one's the best one. I gotta tell you, I think chapter 4 is the best one.
Really?
I think visually, like it was also, I think, the most relentless. Donnie Yen's also very good in that one too. I remember him. So it's like I think to me 4 is the one that I really like the best. I like all of them, but I think 4 is the one that I can remember more scenes out of. I think 2 and 3 kind of blend in together, and I can't tell which is from which movie. But they're all good. and they've all been received very, very well. I think you are a bigger fan of John Wick than I am. So what do you think of where the franchise has been up to this point before Ballerina?
I mean, I think it was just super successful, really. I like the second one more. It's like 2, 1, 3, 4, honestly, for me. And that's mainly because of the action in the fourth one. Like, just went on a little bit too long for some of that.
I can see that. And
so, yeah, there's that. But yeah, the franchise itself, like, I really loved it.
That scene in the stairs, though, that was funny.
Oh my god, yes.
And 4.
It's really funny, yeah, for sure. But for the franchise itself, it's just super fun. They got a great premise going on, and they really try to expand on it. Some people might think it goes too far, but like, I want that for movies to just like take it far. Come on. As mainly because I've been thinking about this lately, but like, I've been watching some anime. Like, I literally binge watched like 3 shows just like within a week. So it was a lot, and I'm just thinking like, why can't we just get something crazy going on? I'm thinking in the past, you got the John Wick franchise, which is just this whole world of assassins, and I'm watching one anime called Sakamoto Days, where there's a assassin, literal assassin who retires, has a family and all that, and he has to protect them because he's being hunted for it. Does that sound familiar? And there's like a literal assassin school that people go to, and it's actually like people like, my dream is to become an assassin. It's like you get characters like that. It's completely insane. It's super fun and all that. But for the John Wick franchise, like, I just want more of this thing. I know people are worried about original stories and all that, but like, I want something crazy for movies. I want crazy movies to be made more. But yeah. And for Ballerina.
So were you looking forward to it? What were you honestly thinking about Ballerina when it was announced in the trailers and everything?
Oh yeah, I was looking forward for it. Ana de Armas is a fantastic actress.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen like a bad performance from her or anything like that, and I was really excited for what she was action-wise. I mean, like, what she was going to do for this franchise, and yeah, it's really, really fun.
So this is taking place during the events of John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum. Eve Morocco begins her training in the assassin traditions of the Ruska Roma. This is directed by Len Wiseman, who was known previously for directing the Underworld movies, and was the writer of literally every movie called Underworld. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
It was fun. I mean, it's exactly what I wanted. Basically, it's just like, it's cool action, very simple story, and they had a cool premise that made me interested from the very end. I'm not like, I know I'm saying like I am a big fan of the John Wick movies, but like, I'm not like super in love with them. They're very simple stories. You're just there for the action, and that's what I'm there for with Ballerina. She was really cool. I like, again, crazy premise. I like how they expanded and all that with that whole fucking cult that she has to deal with and everything. And I'm excited for the sequel for sure.
So, what have you noticed about how the way that it was being received? Do you think people have been kind of mixed on it, or?
That's hard to say, honestly.
Have you seen any like harsh criticism of the movie?
Yes, but those are from the same people who also didn't really like John Wick 4, or haven't really liked the sequels to the John Wick movies. They're just thinking they're the opposite of me, where they're just like, why are you going so crazy with this premise and all that? Like, it's getting ridiculous and all that. So yeah, that's very big difference.
One review I have here. Wish I would have seen this in 40x so I could feel Ana de Armas punch me in the face too. Oh, that's Oh God. Let's see here. Totally Fine. I saw this because I heard Prague was in it, but not nearly enough. Really enjoyed the whole Austrian village set piece though. De Armas is competent here. This is, by the way, Houston Coley, who I'm quoting. But even with all the dragged out links to establish an elaborate backstory in the first half, she's just not very compelling as a character. Do you feel that way? She's not very compelling?
I guess so. But again, though, I feel the same way with John Wick himself. Like, he's just...
okay.
Yeah, he's not really
It's sort of funny when you think about it. It's sort of funny when you think about it that you killed my father will just never be as effective motivation as you killed my dog. I won't remember anything other than the flamethrower scene in another few days. What flamethrower scene is she talking about?
Ballerina.
The what?
In Ballerina.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Was it okay? Was it notable then?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a great scene. It's kind of like they try to shoot it as the same way as in John Wick 4. You know, that like rooftop one where you see, where he gets that like shotgun that like shoot out sparks or something like that. They kind of shot it in a similar way and all that. And just seeing her burn everyone up, it's really fun. It was really fun.
It honestly comes across like a really fun movie.
Yeah, that's all.
I have Patrick Williams. Patrick Willems said he cackled with glee at no less than 4 action beats. Way better than I ever expected from a movie with Len Wiseman as the credited director.
Wait, sorry. Repeat that last part.
He said it was way better than he expected from a movie with the director they had, Len Wiseman.
Oh, okay.
So Len Wiseman, as I mentioned, the last movie he directed, oh God, give me a sec, because they're all pretty old, and he might be doing Ballerina too. Was a movie called Total Recall from 2012 with Colin Farrell. Does that movie ring a bell to you?
I never saw it, but I remember seeing the trailers for it.
And then 2007, he did a movie called Live Free or Die Hard.
Oh, the worst. The worst of the Die Hard
You've
movies.
seen that one?
I've seen that one, yeah. And I mean, I enjoyed it myself, but like for the Die Hard fans, weird. I think people are like in agreement. It's like that's like the worst.
Die Hard fans.
Yeah, I know. I was like, wait
I
a minute,
love that.
does that make sense? I think people, find that to be like the worst one. Which, again, I enjoyed it, but when I first saw it, I don't think I've seen like the other Die Hard movies, so I can't really compare.
How many are there?
I think I want to say 5 or
Die
6.
Hard.
I could be wrong. Let me see. For the Die Hard fans,
Die Hard just felt like a franchise that went on too long and just kept making not great movies.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let me see.
Like the Terminator. Like I've only ever seen Terminator and the Terminator and Terminator 2 not Salvation, sorry. Whoa, what was my mind at? Terminator 2 Judgment Day. I've never seen any of the other Terminator movies.
I think maybe 5. 5 Die Hard movies.
Okay. I have memories of like Kyle watching new Terminator and Die Hard movies in the 2010s and being so disappointed and disgusted. I remember that. I wasn't there with him watching those movies because at that point I didn't care for those franchises. So this is just what he would tell me. But yeah, this is interesting. Probably just a success given who they got to direct this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's interesting. How much of it is Keanu Reeves in it?
Not much. It's towards the end of it. But he's awesome. Like, and I'll mention like character wise, there's not really much to him. He's just there. I rewatched the 4th one, a couple weeks ago because Ale and my dad hadn't seen it, and so they were enjoying it and all that. But most of his one-liners, like he just doesn't really sell it that well, and so that's why I'm kind of like.
In 4?
I mean, really, the whole franchise.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess Keanu Reeves is always one of those those actors where either you go with him or you don't. I mean, you buy him or you don't.
Yeah.
Like with Keanu Reeves, I mean, what else have you seen him in? Because I've also seen him I thought he was great as Duke Kaboom in Toy Story 4. Do you remember that character?
Yeah, he was great. Yeah,
like Yes, You Canada. Or yeah, that was a great role for him.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I liked him in
The Matrix.
Bill and Ted.
Bill and Ted. Okay, yeah. He did 3 of those. Did you see any of the Matrix movies?
No, I have zero
those
interest.
Really? Because of him?
No, not because of him.
Okay.
It's just the franchise itself. Like, I'm just like, people keep saying it's like, oh, it's the greatest movie ever and all that. And I'm just kind of like, I have zero interest.
Don't go into it that way. It's not. I think the first movie is like regarded as that, but people also have like really harsh things to say about 2, 3, and 4. I thought it was a really interesting franchise, but like I thought he was good in those movies. But I genuinely like Keanu Reeves in everything he does. Not that he's like the best, but like I also remember him in there was a movie he did in 2019 with I think Ali Wong called Always Be My Baby. I mean, he was like in one scene, I think, but he was like really, really like funny.
Oh yeah. Wait, is that the one where he has like a glass
with Randall Park? I think so. Randall Park was in the movie and Ali Wong, I think. And then he was also, I mean, he's known for other movies too, but he was also a supporting role in Something's Gotta Give, which I recently just saw. That's a Nancy Meyers film with Jack Nicholson and Diane Keaton. He played a supporting character in that, and he was obviously much younger. That was like in 2003. But, yeah.
Actually, I was looking at his movies, and yeah, I mean, I for sure enjoyed Speed when that came out.
Oh, yeah.
He was great in that.
That one I haven't seen.
Also, he voiced Shadow in Sonic 3, which he's great in that one for sure.
Really?
Yeah, it was cool. And then there's actually a new movie that he's gonna come out in. I don't know. I'm trying to look it up. Good Fortune, where he's playing an angel.
Oh yes, I've seen that trailer. That's an interesting one.
That one, I'm very excited for that one because of him. I think he's gonna be hilarious.
It was actually funny. I was like, this is actually kind of amusing to me. I hope it turns out good.
Yeah. So for the John Wick movie specifically, I just don't think he's selling it that much. I mean, he's awesome when it comes to the action, and when he comes in Ballerina, like, he has a great presence and all. And I like their fight scene. But you know, like I said, Ana de Armas' character, yeah, not that compelling, I guess. But I could say the same thing with John Wick.
Yeah.
Again, that franchise, I'm just there for the action.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's what it is really here to do. So I understand that for sure. All right, David, we're going to start our reviews. Right now, we're going to go ahead and begin with Celine Song's latest called Materialists. Some people just want more. A young, ambitious New York City matchmaker finds herself torn between the perfect match and her imperfect ex. This movie, of course, starring Dakota Johnson, Chris Evans, and Pedro Pascal. You, my friend, have been very quiet about this movie. I know over the weekend, and we're going to be talking about these movies now, I reached out to you. And you were very much like not. I was asking, hey, like, did you guys see anything? Because you guys have been quiet. And like, oh yeah, we watched all these movies, and I'm like, did you like any of them? Because I'm like, okay. And I know that Alexis and I have been. You have been kind of on the sidelines because, like, David, not that we've been fighting about it, but this movie has apparently been quite contentious, and people have had some pretty wild takeaways from this movie, which is crazy. But some I think are more valid than others for sure. And so Alexis and I have been kind of, been going back and forth in the chat, and you've just kind of been like, you go right ahead.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see where you land on this, because ultimately I'll tell you this. I think I understand some people who were caught off guard, and I was too, because I thought, like, I don't know why I thought this way, considering that it's Celine Song, and I know Past Lives is amazing, and so yeah, I should have been more like seeing a movie that was in that vein. And I think it was to an extent. But because of how like the marketing campaign was selling of this fun rom-com, like yes, 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 we need a fun movie like this. And while I'll tell you this, I really really like this movie. It wasn't what I was expecting. And so when you're trying to readjust yourself for what you're in for, when I first saw it, I was thrown. And like not like, "Oh no, what am I watching?" I'm like, "Oh, this is interesting. Okay, this is not what I thought it was going to be." So it's like I didn't find myself thinking like this was bad, but it did take me a minute to vibe with it because I wasn't quite sure because of the marketing what route this would take. I'll tell you that on repeat viewing, when I saw it the second time, I think it played much better now, accepting much more what the movie was going for. I really liked Dakota Johnson in this, which is interesting because I don't usually care about her, but I thought like she seemed to, and I think this role is interesting because she's not supposed to be this warm person. Like she is kind of distant and cold, but she's also genuine about what she wants too. I liked the cast. I liked Chris Evans. I liked Pedro Pascal. I just thought this was a really fascinating movie because I don't think you see too many films talk about relationships like this. And I think what shines most about it is Celine Song. Obviously in the direction, but especially in the script that she wrote. I just got sucked into a lot of these conversations that were happening in the movie that I thought were really kind of grounded in reality. But as we've seen, the response has been kind of all over the place. I think there have been people who have loved this movie and defended it at every cost, and there have been people who have just despised it and kind of torn it apart for various things. I think we saw in the discourse some rather absurd takeaways from people, and then we've seen some other things that have been, I think, a little bit more justified. I don't know. When I think back on this movie, I actually really liked it. And I thought it was the best Chris Evans has been in quite some time. It was as if his agent finally woke up and thought to himself, maybe we should put him in a good movie for a change. So, I think there's a lot of debate about like what ultimately happens in the end and that stuff, and I'm curious. Maybe you feel the same way as Alexis. Maybe you can kind of like voice the things that she was feeling. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't read you, so I don't know what you think. So you can go ahead.
No, I was kind of in the opposite with Ale. I understood most of her takes and all that, how she felt icky about Pedro Pascal. She was sort of thinking of a cynical take for the ending and all. I was more of a hopeful person. And in kind of like in conclusion with her, I mean, because she would ask me after you guys would talk through through texting and all that, she would ask me like, what do you think? And her and I would talk, and the conclusion of it is just like, I think it's just gonna be like a gender thing that we're just gonna have completely different takes on this movie,
which is fine.
No, yeah, that's actually awesome because
Yeah.
we're both taking things differently, and also just it strikes up a conversation though. It just kind of like, if you maybe see this with your girlfriend or something, or your boyfriend, you might get like a little more of an understanding with each other because of it. Like that's, at least that's what my hope for this movie. That's really awesome that if it does, because yeah, we just have completely different takes. I really liked like both Chris Evans and Pedro Pascal's character. I also did like Dakota Johnson. Just the way she had to deal with both relationships and all that, and the way they both seemed like a good fit for her. But also there's like little flaws within them. I know the one thing Alec pointed out was how whenever Dakota Johnson's character would ask Chris Evans like why he loved her, he would just say, because I just do. And Alex, she was kind of like, no, like, you gotta explain and everything. That was her take. But for me, I was just kind of like, wasn't that it? Isn't that like all you need? It's just like, does it really need explanation? You just know, you got this feeling and all that. So I don't know. It could just, again, could be a gender thing, could just be an experience thing. I don't know. But then also I like Pedro Pascal's character because he's the one that like was able to get more vulnerable with her and everything. So that was really interesting.
Go ahead.
I did have some minor complaints. There were some moments within the acting that I was kind of like, why did that come off weird? It was mostly in the beginning. As the movie went on, I was kind of like, okay, I kind of forgot about it and all. But that's really my only complaint about the movie. It's just there were some weird acting moments. But other than that, I really did like the story, for sure.
So I feel like we're on the same page in that, like, this whole poor man propaganda thing was really silly.
Yeah, I think even that it was
Right?
kind of like, I don't think that's what the movie was trying to go for, but
No, like, but that was the main thing that a lot of people who watched it were like, wow, it really speaks badly about you if that's what you thought this movie was saying.
Yeah.
That it was like poor man propaganda is such a dumb thing where it's like the movie was saying women should always go for the guy that makes less money. If that's really how you saw it, you might want to go home and rethink your life.
Yeah.
Because that's not great.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the movie is very much trying to like say it's like it's okay to like choose money. On the relationship. The material things though, like money and material things are kind of different in a sense. Like the material things of what you want within a relationship is kind of what's or like was that it's the things that's not that important. Ultimately it is what you feel, what you want, what you are feeling for one person is what is important and all that. Money you can't take into it and all that, but the material things is something that you might have to get over.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the chat that we had here just to remember what exactly was going on here. I think like Alexis was bringing up like fair points that some people were saying, women in particular. Let's see. Oh, I think one of the things is like she wasn't happy with the fact that it ended with them getting married. And I think there's some interesting discussion there about like, should the movie have ended that way? Shouldn't it have just ended with them just being together and that was it? I mean, the way that I took it was like, those two had been married before. I liked the proposal he made to her. I thought it all was just like, wow, like, okay, you're selling me on this. So, I thought it's exactly what she wanted. I mean, the whole thing, the movie that I'm watching is like, she loved him. And despite the fact that she, was doing math in her head and thought and wants more things, I think part of the messaging of the movie is you really can't help falling in love with who you fall in love with. And for whatever reason, like he does it for her and she does it for him. And at the same time, I don't think the movie is saying that everything's like happily ever after. It's all going to work out. I think it does leave some doubt in there about like how far this thing can go. But she seemed to say that it wasn't, I think it wasn't necessary to end with them getting back together. What more did she say on that? And that I don't quite remember. 'Cause I'm looking at it here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it too.
Like she says here, I can see both sides. The hopefulness of believing in him and trusting him to get it together because she loves him. But I see the other side where we get burned almost all the time from choosing them. And for those who see that it's not about the money and just putting in the effort, if I'm doing things to make myself better and my partner better believe he will be doing it. Yeah, there was some disagreement about the sincerity of Chris Evans, I guess, like proposal or promise to make. Like, there were a lot of women, particularly, who felt when they were watching this movie that, I guess the way that they interpret it is that it seemed to ring hollow, the proposal that Chris Evans was making, that they seemed to think that he was flat out telling her, I'm not going to be any better than I already am, so you need to lower your expectations to be with me. That's what a lot of people heard.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just the romantic in me, and it may just be that I'm a guy, but
yeah, that's the thing though.
I don't see that at all.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Like, is it really like a guy thing that we're just kind of like, yeah, we believe the other guy, you know? It's like, it's so weird. It's so crazy. But yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, I believe that he's going to do it, you know? He's going to make the effort.
Yeah, like I said, you really have to ask yourself at some point, are you a romantic or not? And I'm not asking for a person to give up all their agency or hopes or dreams or desires for somebody else, and neither is Celine Song, because very clearly this is, by all accounts, not the best decision for either of them, because they could make better decisions. That's what the movie is saying. But they're going to try and see where this thing goes, because the love between these two is real.
Mm-hmm.
And that is undeniable.
Yeah.
And if love isn't enough for you, fine, but I don't understand why people have to make this a referendum on themselves. That was just to me. It's like, people really did, though. It's like we're talking about these two characters, and at some point, and yes, at large, Celine Song is making a commentary about the nature of relationships and dating in the 2020s, whatever. But like, people, I think, maybe went a bit too far, like taking things personally. That also seemed to be the case, right? Like,
yeah, for sure. And I don't know if that was just because, you know, this movie hit at their heartstrings, or maybe because they saw Past Lives and they were kind of like, this really hit me hard. And, you know, she's gonna do it again, isn't she? And they just kind of, I mean, it's kind of what we did with this movie too, for sure, because we both saw Past Lives and we were kind of like, had very high expectations of her next movie, and we shouldn't have gone in that way, but we did, and kind of,
I don't know. I personally would not say that I walked in with high sky expectations. Mm-hmm. I walked in just wanting to have a good time. So thankfully, like, to me, like, I've been, I think, better at like trying to like not allow the expectations game to set me back. I also was aware of like an interesting discourse happening, so I was like, okay, let's see what happens. Mm-hmm. I don't think I would say this is as good as Past Lives, but I also want to say this. I don't like having conversations at films starting off with, well, it's not as good as this, or it's not as good as this person's other work. I think it's natural to compare it to their other work, but let the work speak for itself, and then judge the work on its own terms. I don't think it's fair to always be like, the latest Steven Spielberg movie, is it as good as his best? Or the latest Pixar movie, is it as good as their best? I'm not sure that's a very helpful conversation. I think it's always best to just take a movie for what it is and for what it was trying to achieve. And I don't think it's the same kind of movie as Past Lives, too. It's like they're going for very different things.
Yeah.
I think Past Lives is just like kind of perfect in what it's trying to do. And I think it just speaks on a more spiritual and devastating level. But I also do think the nature of the discussions being had in Materialists, I think, cut more deep to certain kinds of people. Ultimately, I think the movie is, I mean, look, if you're one of these people who's coming out of this movie like saying, like, it's poor man propaganda, maybe you should feel attacked. And maybe the movie is trying to put you on blast. I'm just putting it out there because, like, we are living in a society where, forget about poor man propaganda, there's too much capitalistic and rich man propaganda. Can we just call it and admit that for what it is? And look, if you want to live your life and you want to get yourself a rich partner, no, I'm not here to make any judgments on that. But I do think everyone is free to choose the relationship that they want. But just because you've made a judgment call for yourself does not give you the right to impose your own judgment calls on other people and what they may wish to do. Right? And I think on some part, the movie is trying to communicate that even for somebody like Dakota Johnson, Lucy, the titular character here, who maybe a lot of women saw themselves in Lucy. And maybe they felt put on blast that the movie was saying, for all of the riches and things that she wanted for herself in her life, she gave all that up to be with him. Which I'll tell you this, I think it's pretty funny. I never thought to myself that there would be a movie in which there would be a contingent of women who were upset that the girl picked Chris Evans. In what universe, rich or poor, is picking Chris Evans a looked down upon decision? Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, but Pedro Pascal is no Chris Evans. And I think that's why they were cast the way that they were. I think the movie is trying to say that too. And I also will say, look, I didn't get a bad feeling from Pedro Pascal. I sympathize. I think I sympathize with all of the characters.
Yeah.
And I got where he was coming from. And I found him to be quite charming and sincere. And I'm glad the movie didn't make him out to be a bad guy. Mm-hmm. I thought it was a very honest, very plain-spoken film that had some universal truths to it. And I understand that not everyone's going to get the same thing out of it. But I do support the idea that, not everything should be revolving around money. Mm-hmm. Love isn't money. They're not the same things. Yeah. I'm sorry, but it's not. It just ain't. And I think that's something that, by the way, is ingrained in our DNA and that we've known for a long time. I don't know. And as far as what Chris Evans was saying, to me, it felt like a sincere and heartfelt proclamation that he was going to do the very best he could to be better. Mm-hmm. But he was also realistic in that, look, I'm not going to ever be Pedro Pascal. I'm not going to have that money because the realities and the economic conditions in which we live in, it's not going to be possible for me to ever be rich. But I can promise to you that I'm going to be better. I'm going to do better. But I guess people heard it a different way.
Yeah.
Or maybe, to be even fairer, it just didn't sound like that was enough.
Yeah. No, yeah, and especially when it comes to Chris Evans and Dakota Johnson's characters, I also like to think though too. It's if it goes bad, I know for sure for Dakota Johnson's character, she can get back up. She she when they were in their relationship, they were both pretty poor. After the breakup, she made something of herself. She became super, super rich, clearly on her own and all that, and she wanted a rich man afterwards. And you know what? That's awesome for her. I was kind of rooting for that, And then when it came to Pedro Pascal's character, I actually really liked him the most because, yes, you were kind of expecting him to be maybe something of an asshole or, just something was going to be off about him at the very least. But, with all that confidence he had because he had all that money because, he was a tall, good looking man and all that. And that, for me, it never came off arrogant or anything like that. It did feel genuine. He did genuinely want to make a connection with Dakota Johnson's character. And I love that moment of when they broke up, in that those moments where Ale felt icky about his character, it wasn't because he was some rich prick or anything, or because he wasn't making much of an effort in the relationship or anything. It's just because he genuinely doesn't really know how to love, how to love someone in a sense, because that was his biggest fear when they broke up. It's just how do I know that I'm in love with someone, And that's the thing. That was actually a really interesting thing. But like I mentioned before, Ale didn't like how when Dakota Johnson asks Chris Evans' character why he loved her, and he just says, "I just do." You have one character who is in love but just can't really describe it, and one person who doesn't know how to feel love and is afraid to that he may not even realize that on his own. And I don't know, that's just a really interesting parallel for those characters. So yeah, this movie's good.
I thought it was very good too. And I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully we can bring Alexis back on here and talk about Materialists in the future. All right, we're going to go ahead and go on to our next review. You may see on your screen now that we are joined by two more individuals. One is Peter Martinez, and that is his owner, Tootsie the Cat. How are you two? Very good. Okay, continuing on with our reviews. We just finished talking about Celine Song's Materialists, and now David has a film to share with the rest of us that he, and only he, was witness to. And that would be How to Train Your Dragon.
Boo.
Go ahead, David. Take it away.
I don't know who's editing this, but add boos. Or just leave them in the comments.
Honestly, I agree with that because I'll start off by saying, don't watch the live action one.
It's too late. It already made all the money.
Yeah, for sure. It's too late now, but it still needs to be said. Don't support this. Don't watch it. Sorry for the actors who worked on it, but sorry, you got dealt a bad
I mean, they're not sorry. They got a paycheck out of it, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, it's interesting. I mean, to be fair to you, David, before you explain yourself for why you bothered to go see this, we should note you aren't alone. There was somebody else in the Red Spotlight family who was brave enough to share that they had watched How to Train Your Dragon instead of watching any of the other movies that we were talking about. That's the one that they chose. And you, to your credit, did go out and watch other movies. You didn't just choose that one. So, to be clear, there is a degree of separation between you and that other individual who we will not name. Go ahead, David.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mainly saw this movie just because I was hoping maybe DreamWorks would be different from Disney and, put in a little more effort. And I mean, for me, visually, I thought it was a nice movie. So there was that at the very least. But anyway, as a whole though, I did enjoy the movie. But that's only because, they basically followed the movie. And so I'm kind of like, yeah, it's what I saw. So that was nice. But if I was really comparing the live action with the animated one, there's still so many flaws with it. Some people were pointing out the differences between the live action Toothless and the animated one, how his expressions was just like a whole lot. He was less expressive in the live action one than he was in the animated. It wasn't that much of a problem for me. I could still see what he was expressing and all that. Now, if I could tell what he was expressing because of I saw the animated movie, then yeah, I guess it's still a flaw. I don't know. It's hard for me to say that. But other than that, it is basically just the animated movie. Like I said, I did enjoy some of the visuals. There was this one shot in particular where you see Hiccup and Toothless flying and all that. I thought that was like really, really nice. And even though some of the shots weren't as dynamic or as fast as it was in the animated one, I still think they did look nice. I'm sure someone who did see the live action, some kid who did see the live action, I think he would still get some like sense of wonder from it and all that. But like I said, don't show them that one. Just stick to the animated one. But yeah, like I said, it's basically the animated one, but it doesn't need to exist.
What compelled you to watch it?
I mean, like I said, I was kind of hoping DreamWorks would maybe try a bit more, make more of an effort. And I mean, there were still some slight differences that I liked. Some people complain about how the live action dragons didn't like how the way they looked, but I kind of disagree. I kind of like some details that they changed. I don't know if you guys remember that little, like the baby dragon ones. No, I can't remember the names, but there's these like baby dragons. They have like really big eyes and everything. In the live action, to sort of still give them big eyes, they give him eyes of like a iguana. You know those ones that like change color. They kind of like they can move their eyes.
I know what an iguana is.
Yeah. Honestly, I was trusting myself. I feel like I got the wrong animal, but I'm glad I was right though. But that's how, instead of giving him like actual big eyes, they give him that, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's actually kind of interesting. And I did like the designs of the live action dragons and all, so those were really cool. And yeah,
I'll just say, look, the reaction that I saw from the press was like a collective shrug. It was like, it's the same movie.
Yeah.
That's not true, though.
No? What did you see?
They were positive on it. It's fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. And that's what really bothers me.
Yeah.
Because to me, it tells me that you're not actually engaging with the film or anything, right? Because that's what bothers me with most of these live action remakes. It really makes me wonder. It's like, well, why did you like that original film? What about it made you like it? I really felt that with the Lion King live action remake. It's like, what? Yeah. Why did you even like the Lion King? Like, because you could break that film down at every single component. Like, if it was a car, every nut and bolt and screw, and it's just terrible. It's the same basic car, but worse. And I'm not saying that's what necessarily this film is, but it might be the exact same car, except only slightly worse. It would still be an instance. Why does this exist? Nothing is accomplished, but so much is lost. So much time and effort and money and a waste of talent. I think AI is the most anti-human, anti-art trend currently, but I think number 2 is these live-action remakes. Because they exist for nothing but money. And I won't get too much more into it, because I feel like I really got into it with that Lilo and Stitch remake.
It's just going to be the same conversation too, though.
Yeah. Because either they make some changes, which destroys the film, or they do a shot-for-shot remake, which at best creates a slightly inferior film.
There used to be these things called adaptations, in which they were actively trying to be different.
No, yeah, just be its own film, which I would be cool with that. I would love to see, I've said this before, I would love to see a Little Mermaid film that more closely aligns with the original story about this sort of unrequited love from a supposedly closeted gay man, written by.
Perhaps Robert Eggers can get on that sooner or later.
I don't think I want to see him do that story. I'd rather see him do his Christmas
I never thought
Carol.
I'd want to see him do A Christmas Carol, but he's doing that, and I'm pretty amped up for that one. That sounds pretty exciting. Why do you think the director came back to do this?
Money.
This is just straight. Well, besides that, I mean, because like
I'd do it for money. Because he already made the film. It's so easy. And maybe he doesn't want to see them come in and like do something completely different. He's like, I already made the film I want to make. Just come in, do it again. Get a shit ton of money. Help my career.
I mean, I think it's just multiple things. He said so himself that, you know, if anyone's going to do it, he'd rather do it himself. There was that. He also has gone on and say, like, he hates the live action remakes. Doesn't want to support it, but yeah, like you said, if this is going to be made, best for someone to do it.
If someone's going to do it, might as well be me and make some money.
Yeah.
That's true.
I get it.
But then also, too, I feel like the changes that he did make to this movie, which I don't really mind it myself, was to sort of make it so
Can
that
I just
it
ask,
fits.
why try to even do any changes? If you already know that people want the same thing, just give them every scene and every line of dialogue the same. Because clearly that's what people want. I don't even understand why you have to faint praise or even try to do anything different.
So that it fits with the sequels. Because he co-wrote the first one, but the next two he wrote it himself. And so the changes that he made, it's so that it fits to the sequels that he made. But even then, I think he's gonna make changes to the sequels that he made. Whether or not it's a movie or not, it's up to you.
Yeah.
Like
the
one thing
I don't know. I just like. Go ahead, David.
The one thing I think for sure he's gonna make changes in the sequels is that he's not gonna make Hiccup the leader of like the chief. He's not gonna. He wants Astrid.
Who is it gonna be then?
Astrid. Which honestly,
great, and the go woke, go broke people are gonna go crazy for that. We already know where that's gonna go.
Yeah, which honestly, I kind of like that idea. I never really liked the idea of Hiccup becoming leader. He was very much like just the person who wanted to go off into the world, explore, and everything. So yeah,
Peter, do you care for How to Train Your Dragon, the movie or the full series?
I like it. The sequels are well made, but I mean, to me, they always felt ultimately like they're okay. Like they kind of retell the first story again and again, right? Like it's a big old bad dragon that's leading, the other dragons. But this time it's a person that's bad that's leading. I think they do that twice, the second and the third one.
Mm-hmm.
And now 3 times.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They don't have much story to tell, I'll be honest. I think the first one tells 90% of the story there is to tell to How to Train Your Dragon. Because really, it's about the training of the dragon, right? You did it. You told it. It's done.
Mm-hmm.
And then it literally ends with the Vikings and the dragons, being friends. It's like, I don't know. That feels like a whole story to me. And then they have to sort of insert, like, bad people controlling bad dragon. It's stuff. It's like, it's nice, it's fun, but it's done because the first movie made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move along to the next one that we have here. Peter, you and I can get to this pretty quickly. The movie that you and I saw was called The Phoenician Scheme by Wes Anderson. Did you want to go ahead and pull that up on your phone and read for us the letterbox description? This is, the 14th movie from Wes Anderson?
God damn. Is it really?
I think. Well, I mean, they're releasing a box set, a Criterion, I think, of 13 movies, correct?
Oh, is it 13? I thought it was 10 movies. Or maybe it was 10 years. No, 10 movies.
Oh, okay, then maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe it's the 11th movie. I don't really know, honestly.
Who cares? Okay.
Anyway.
The Phoenician Scheme, directed by Whimsy. If something gets in your way, flatten it. Wealthy businessman Zaza Korda appoints his only daughter, Anan,
Jaja.
as sole... shut the fuck up.
Jaja Korda.
Always making fun of my accent. As sole heir to his estate. As Korda embarks on a new enterprise, they soon become the target of scheming tycoons, foreign terrorists... I'll keep that joke to myself. And determined assassins. And of course, starring Benicio del Toro, Mia Threppleton,
Yes,
Mikel Serra, Riz Ahmed, Tom Hanks, Bryan Cranston, Jeffrey Wright, Scarlett Johansson, Matthew Almaric, and of course, Benedict Cumberbatch. Oh, Bill Murray and Will Ferrell. Too many goddamn people. Anyway.
Michael Cera. Michael Cera. That's the funniest way ever. That's funny.
That's his name.
Yeah.
We saw the Phoenician Scheme. Mr. David, have you seen Wes Anderson films?
Yeah, I've seen, what was it, Moonrise Kingdom?
Moonrise Kingdom.
And then, what's that?
Is that the only one? Oh, Life Aquatic.
Life Aquatic. I feel like
How'd you feel about him?
I really liked Moonrise Kingdom for sure.
Really? That's
Yeah.
interesting. That's a lot of people's favorite of his, Moonrise Kingdom.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, but I haven't really seen other ones. I feel like I might have seen another one, but for sure those two. The one that I really want to see is Grand Budapest Hotel. Have not seen.
That's my favorite of his.
Yeah, I've heard
by
that
far.
one's people's. I heard that one was people's favorites. So.
Mm-hmm. So me and Mr. Alexis traveled over 60,000 miles to go see this film. And I don't know about him, but I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I feel like there's two modes to Mr. Wes Anderson. There's weird. Well, they're all whimsical, but there's like weird structurally Wes Anderson, and then his more straightforward narrative-focused films, Wes Anderson. And this was more of his narrative-focused films. And it wasn't as melancholic as some of his other films usually are, and you can definitely see that in like The Life Aquatic, Grand Budapest, even a little bit more, I would say, in stuff like Fantastic Mr. Fox, which is another one you should see. But I really, really enjoyed it. Yeah. I don't know.
No, I would say that I've had the most. I think to me, Wes Anderson's very hit or miss. And I mean, like, he hits it and I like it, or he misses it and I kind of like either don't care or even worse, despise it. I have seen this one, The Phoenician Scheme, Asteroid City, The French Dispatch, Grand Budapest Hotel, and then Fantastic Mr. Fox, and that's all that I've seen of his. I first watched Grand Budapest Hotel and I loved it about over 10 years ago. And I rewatched it recently. It still holds up. Honestly, I can see why people regard it as his best one. I also, for the first time, watched Fantastic Mr. Fox this past week, and I loved it. I thought it was just sensational, heartfelt, silly, hilarious, also quite existential. Loved it. Asteroid City, I wasn't as hot on as most people. I liked the production design. I thought it was, his usual variety of silly, but I don't think I really connected with it emotionally. And French Dispatch is the definition of going so far up your own ass you've lost the plot. I despise that movie with every fiber of my being. It truly horrendous way to spend your time. And then as far as Phoenician Scheme, I think it's a return to, more of a narrative thing, and I enjoyed this movie thoroughly all the way throughout. Benicio is great, Thruppleton, those two together, that's basically the movie, and I think those two work really well off of each other. I did go back and watch this a second time, and it really kind of like solidified how I felt about it, and it's just, to me, a very good watch and a very good Wes Anderson. So
it's on the positive side of Wes Anderson.
Yes, for sure.
I would still put it below my favorites, but it's one I could easily throw on and have a really good time with. I really like Benicio del Toro as Zsa.
He was great. He was, and I hope to see more of it. I mean, I don't see too many Benicio del Toro movies, but I was grateful to see him in this, and I just thought he made the movie. Like, he was really, really good. And then all of the usual like Wes Anderson gags that are in there they're always
it's very funny. Yeah, he makes pretty funny films.
Yes,
but yeah.
All right, that's The Phoenician Scheme. Go and watch it before they pull it by this time tomorrow.
Oh,
let's go ahead
too late.
And go over
It's
to
gone.
our next review, and that's going to be the work of Mike Flanagan.
Oh no. Oh no.
Mike Flanagan, this is called The Life of Chuck, which stars a whole bunch of people. Peter, do you want to go ahead and go to the letterbox description for the synopsis?
Yeah, I'm doing it. The Life of Chuck, directed by Mike Flanagan. Every life is a universe all its own. In this extraordinary story of an ordinary man, Charles Chuck Krantz experiences the wonder of love, the heartbreak of loss, and the multitudes contained in all of us. Starring Tom Hiddleston, Jacob Tremblay, and Benjamin Payak. And then other people. Okay. So, but those are Chucks.
So this is a movie that all of us have seen, okay?
Oh, we all have seen. Okay.
Yes, we've all have seen this movie, and which is why I can excuse David having to go see a live action remake because he went to go and watch
I can't.
all these other movies.
I do not forgive, and I never forget.
I mean, I will continue to praise David's hilarious decision to eliminate the Banshees of Inisherin from his top 10 to put in Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris because he knows quality and he has taste. So.
God, motherfucker.
So, okay. I think that's a decision that has not at all been forgotten, as well as a decision to do a top 10 anymore because I guess we're not doing those ever again. Anyway, as far as this movie
that is
not
true.
And Mike Flanagan, all of us are just like, look, we love his work. I mean, Mike Flanagan has made some of, I think, the most riveting storytelling of the last 10 years. And it's really hard to pick a favorite. Like, I think to me, it's like, I mean, there's Hill House, there's Dr. Sleep, there's Midnight Mass, there's the Fall of the House of Usher. It's just, there's Oculus, just a lot of things you can go with. But here's Mike Flanagan back with yet another Stephen King adaptation of something that is not quite known as, horror. And we were all a bit disheartened to see that it was, it was purchased, but then it didn't really come out last year. It wasn't a player. And then they purchased it for what? I don't know, because they dumped it here and no one's really paying any attention to it. So that's just kind of where we are with that movie, unfortunately. So it'll never be heard from again. But those of us who love the history and the canon of Mike Flanagan are not going to forget this one, because I do think, as I have been thinking about this movie the past week, I honestly do feel it's pretty great, as most things are with Mike Flanagan. I will say that I enjoy thinking about this movie more so than I would enjoy watching it again. When I sat down and watched it, I wasn't quite sure what I was in for, but I wasn't enjoying what I was watching initially because it really was like all of my worst fears put into a movie. You had the end of the world, you had earthquakes, you had cancer, you had death. And I know that usually happens as far as like death is concerned. That's a lot of Flanagan's things. But like this was like the first part of the movie was so overbearing for me that, and be rest assured that when the first act or third act is happening, it didn't fully click until the very end of the movie what that all was supposed to be. So I took it quite literally and it was quite traumatizing. And it was so overbearing to the point that when we got to the second act, which everybody points to as their favorite because of the dance sequence, I couldn't be bothered to care at all. I was like reeling from that first part that I couldn't enjoy any of it. I didn't really start enjoying myself until the third part of the movie, and that's where it kind of like, okay, turned it around. But I wasn't enjoying watching it, and I wasn't enjoying thinking about it for a long time after I watched it. That being said, great movie. Basically 10 out of 10. No, I was talking about this movie with David recently, and this is actually a really good piece of work, especially how it was structured, how it was composed, and ultimately what it's trying to say. I do wish I could call this one of those movies that I would watch again and again. And I think I think I just needed to be more prepared for it because it felt just a bit too much initially. But I love the cast. As always, with anything written by Mike Flanagan, I enjoyed all of the conversations that were being said. And I do think what it was going for was quite clever. And I will say, for many people out there who are saying that this wasn't a horror film, not to me. I was quite horrified of the many things that were happening throughout. And I think in the first act, or third act, if you want to call it in particular, the one that was dominated with Juwatel Ejiofor and Karen Gillan, I do think Mike Flanagan definitely brought a couple of his usual tricks in here to kind of like screw with the audience and screw with the characters, and I thought that was pretty horrific. So I think it had a little bit more horror in here than some people are giving it credit for. But I do really enjoy what it was saying.
Well, if you look at the advertising, you'd think it's a Hallmark film. Like it's
I haven't seen the marketing of the movie. It really is that way.
It's like, it says like the most life affirming film since It's a Wonderful Life and stuff like that. And it's like it ain't that. It sure as hell ain't It's a Wonderful Life. I'll tell you that. It's I ultimately I think the message is beautiful that it tells, but it's fucking dark. Like I don't know how people can say they came out like so affirmed by life. It's like, to a certain extent, yes, but to another extent, fucking kill me. It's it's one of those kind of films, right? There's a real melancholy to it that for whatever people are kind of not focusing on. I don't know. I thought it was pretty big within the film. David, did it make you hate the film like Alexis hates it?
No, I definitely did feel that like existential crisis in the beginning, but I quickly
5 minutes in, I wanted to walk out. Like I told you, I was like, I was not prepared for what this was going to be, and I was like, this.
Well, it's not short. It hits you over the head with it.
Yeah,
I was
for sure. Especially with I can't remember the actor's name, but the guy who plays Shaggy.
Oh yeah,
his moment. He had a great moment. But his
that was some
speech,
great acting from him. Yeah,
for sure. But his whole little speech was for sure like hitting me. Like how it was for Alexis. But then I quickly got over it. Once we got to the second act, I'm like, okay, I just gotta wait. maybe we'll get some answers as to what the fuck happened there. And I didn't figure it out till like the day after. I mean, no, well, maybe not the day after. Maybe like a couple hours after watching.
After seeing the movie?
Yeah, that was. Because I wasn't really thinking about it much. The third act as to what
I feel like it's explained even in the first act.
Well, to be fair, I didn't really get it until you asked me about a few minutes later, because we had lunch after, in which you were trying to argue with me about what was the best place to sit.
Oh my god! Can I tell you something? We get to the bar, right? Beautiful seating arrangement at the bar. Perfect view outside. There's a window outside. You feel the air. Alexis goes and sit down. I sit down next to him. I'm like, all right, this is perfect. The second I sit down, he stands up and walks to the other side of the bar.
That's false.
Expecting me to just follow him.
Be on a high top.
I'm seated.
You happen to be on a normal.
I'm ready to eat.
We're sitting right next to each other. We were conversing the entire time. I moved because I enjoy the high top more, and the view was much better than a view of a wall.
It was not. So we had to have our entire meal at separate seating areas because he was playing games.
That's not really at all what happened. But the point is, when he asked me, I was still like, I guess it did click, but I didn't really, I think, realize it until I was like saying it out loud. when I realized, like, because you asked me, you got what was going on, right? That's what you asked me, Peter, and I'm like, oh, okay, it was in his head. Oh yeah, I didn't really click until like a few minutes after watching the movie.
Yeah, it was. I wasn't really thinking much of the third act. After watching the movie, I was mostly like replaying the first two acts, or first two / second and third acts of the movie. And it wasn't until, I can't remember if it was just a couple hours later or if it was the next day, that I was finally thinking about, like, hey, wait, what the fuck happened in that third act in the beginning? Like, what was going on? And then that's when I started putting the pieces together. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, it was all in his head. And it was actually fun thinking back.
It was his mind basically dying.
Yeah.
I don't think it's what he's literally imagining. I think it's more of just like metaphorically what is happening.
Yeah, metaphorically.
You know what I mean? Like.
But you could also say
within this person contains, like they say, multitudes, an entire universe, and as this person dies, that universe dies. And it's sort of taking this idea of like this one random person, this death. It feels like nothing to a lot of people, right? It's one person out of 8 billion, entire world, entire universe. But it's saying it's mostly just saying like, no, that person's loss has very real meaning. Within them, it's showing you the importance of the loss of this one person through this idea of like the death of a universe. That's to me, I was like, okay, got it. Just because to me, it like fully clicked when Nebula, I forgot her name. Nebula walks in. Karen Gillan walks into work, and every monitor is showing the same. What do you call it? Heartbeat, right? Every monitor is showing the exact same thing, and I'm like, oh, like that's his heartbeat. Like he's on life support, like he's going. And that's when it clicked. It's like, oh, that's what this is. Like that's why everywhere where it's saying like, Charles Krantz, 39 great years. It's like, oh, and then also at the end of that third act where the wife literally says, 39 great years as he passes away. Like they say the exact words on the billboard to him as he dies. It's like, got it.
Yeah. I was just kind of seeing it as all the people that we see are just like individuals of him and like parts, because I found it interesting how
well, that's how every person is, right? Every person is made up of the thousands and thousands of small interactions and connections they make throughout their life.
Yeah, because
everyone is born Play-Doh and is slowly morphed by the universe.
I found it interesting how that one dude who was like in charge of the funeral, he was in Captain America.
Oh, Carl Lumley.
Yeah, him. How he told that story of what was it? It's like people think there's what was it? How many hours in a day? Was that what it is? Or
yeah, how many seconds, minutes in a day, or something? How long a day is? Basically.
Yes, it was like 24 hours something seconds, and that he did the math that calculated that it's been going long. It's longer now. It's like, no, I remember now. It was like 23 hours and some seconds, but now it's gone over 24 hours and some seconds. That bit of information he gets from Mark Hamill's from his grandpa, Mark Hamill's character, but how did he figure out the 20?
Which they get from the TV.
Yeah.
They get from the TV, and Carl Sagan, the old person Carl Sagan, is saying that.
I just realized we've been watching a lot of movies with some Carl Sagan
yes,
voiceovers and inclusions.
But
that's the weird thing. I didn't put that together myself. Like I messaged David yesterday that I just realized that the voice in Elio that we hear twice is
it's Carl Sagan.
Carl Sagan, who they show a video of him in Life of Chuck, and I'm like, what? You can't make this shit up. It's like, is he trying to contact from the dead?
The one before they did the whole monologue, because I'm a fan of Carl Sagan, I'd known this whole thing of like the cosmic calendar, right? I'd heard it many times of this idea of like when humans emerged versus where we are now is like such a tiny blip on all of existence, right? He was big on talking about just how small, not in a negative way, but in a genuinely interesting, almost life-affirming way, that we all are. Like that, I don't know if you've ever seen that picture of Earth, the farthest away picture ever taken of Earth. And it's called, and he wrote something based on that picture called the pale blue dot or whatever, because you look at this just canvas of dark, and in the corner there's like a little tiny dot of light, and that's Earth, right? I can't remember which satellite we sent that turned around and took a picture of Earth. And he has the same
satellite that was in Elio, right? That I guess.
Maybe it was. Honestly, maybe it was.
Right? It is because like
I didn't see the beginning of Elio, so I can't remember.
I forget. We gotta say that, but like in the beginning, it does say that in the 1970s we sent a satellite into space that was basically a message for aliens, and Carl Sagan himself was involved in that in that project that sent the satellite into orbit. Which can we just pause? Is that smart for us to do? Should we be
at the time we thought so?
Should we be reaching out to other? I mean,
our curiosity will never stop us, so it's inevitable. Our curiosity as a human species.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine, but I mean, I just don't want them to hop on when we have, who as the president. That would not end well for anyone.
Yeah, that would be bad, but I mean,
I hope they would be smart enough to know that. But okay.
What's more terrifying, that we're alone in this universe or we're not alone? Pick your poison.
Let's not ask questions like that. Let's go ahead and go back to what we were talking about.
No, but yeah, he wrote called The Pale Blue Dot, and he's like, every war, everyone who's ever lived or loved or lost, anything that you ever thought of or experienced took place on that tiny pale blue dot. And he has like this whole essay and stuff. It's really good. But yeah, I thought that was interesting, Carl Sagan.
Is he like the Bob Ross?
But also, yeah,
science?
in the second one, the second act, that's when you also start to see people that are in the third act, just like in the background.
Well, the little girl, she does like
the little girl
same skating motion that she does when she comes in.
The other nurse in their scrub, like they're wearing the exact thing that they wore in that third act. Also sort of implying like he's just sort of, without even realizing it, right? Like kind of like scanned this people into his mind, right?
Mind, yeah.
And that's real though. Did you know that like every person you've ever imagined, like in a dream, has been a real person?
I mean, is that why I have
subconsciously?
Deja vu? People have deja vu because I feel like there are sometimes things happen out of nowhere, and I'm like, didn't I dream this exactly?
That's the Matrix.
Like right now? Oh, okay.
No, but what I was bringing up is in the beginning with Carl Lumley, how he then later says there's actually 24 hours and some seconds going on now. For Mark Hamill's character, he only told them about the 23 hours one, meaning that Chuck later on in life redo the math and make those calculations himself, and and that's him processing like the bad things in life. And I like what Carl Lumley says, where it's just like those few minutes of time. Yeah, those few minutes of time could have also affected what's been going on with the Earth and all that, and how like, yes, we did our part in damaging the Earth, but whatever happens within the universe.
I think that whole scene is sort of meant to let the audience know, basically, to a certain extent, this isn't real, or it's not like a natural phenomenon. You know what I mean? Like there's something larger going on. Yeah, it's that first hint of it. Like this isn't just climate change. This isn't just some alien. Who fucking knows, right? Like there's something much larger at play.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, as the movie goes on, you realize, oh, like, that's what it is. Especially when you start to see, like, stars bop out of existence. Like,
no, yeah.
Yeah, that's a man as his lights are going out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. I took that literally, and I was horrified.
It's horrifying.
But
that's the point. The loss of any one person should be horrifying.
Well, no, I mean, just if that was the way for the universe to all go out, I was like, oh, shit. I mean, if that was played straight, I was like, yeah. I don't know what more there is to say. I just thought it was very well done, and I liked all of the actors. It was a nice reunion for all of Mike Flanagan's, it was like a Where's Waldo, but with Mike Flanagan.
Oh, yeah, he had all the greats in there, including himself.
Yeah, he was
he was at the funeral. Mike Flanagan once again cements himself as like, yeah, I'll watch him do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really love his films and his filmmaking and his specific storytelling style and abilities. I just dig it. I really do. This was a really good one. It's not some feel good It's a Wonderful Life movie though. I don't know where people were pulling
and
that.
We recently watched It's a Wonderful Life in the theaters, which was a recommend, by the way.
Incredible.
That was great.
Film.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's as horrifying as anything he's ever made. I'll put it that way.
That's what I felt too. I was like, oh God, I couldn't stop thinking about it fast enough for my own good. I will tell you that. Thankfully, though, speaking of Wonderful Life, we did have a chance to see an older film on screen at that same day. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Yes. When watching that movie, what really maybe surprised me, or not surprised, but I was like, oh, the pace is like perfect, like it just moves. And maybe after seeing something like, what do you call it? The Life of Chuck, that's a little bit slower, you can feel that. But I was like, oh my God, like the movie starts and I'm like, oh yeah, like we're just into that flashback, which has that perfect cut back to the present, which we're back to his personal life as a professor, right into like, we gotta go find the Grail
and
because your
effortlessly,
dad,
like setting up all timer set pieces after set piece, like
yeah, it just moves, just perfect. And also Spielberg, people talk about like that Spielberg look. I think what really sells his films, he loves to get the actor's expression. Indy doesn't talk much, but almost after every emotional beat, there is like these prolonged like close-ups on Indy's face where you see him, like his emotions of like responding to whatever's going on. That's one of the things I noticed too. It's like, oh yeah, like I never fully saw that, but that happens a lot where like some big like twist will drop and then boom, close up on Indy as you see him sort of calculate what's going on and then on to the next scene. Perfect action, perfect film. It's the kind of movie why you go to the movies. Spielberg. Oh, and then speaking of, Spielberg just finished his next Alien movie.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's just like, it's going to be interesting because we've heard very little still. It's already wrapped and we still haven't heard much.
I hear it's a Super 8 sequel.
A what?
A Super 8 sequel.
Oh, well, then that would mean... Okay. Let's not do that. All right. Well, let's go ahead and end off today's show with the last of the films that we have here to talk about, and that would be the latest from Pixar. Elio, it's interesting, Peter, as you pull up the Letterboxd description here, this one's going to have a couple of people credited as the director. Originally, this was supposed to be by Adrian Molina, and then he left the project and was replaced by two directors. One of which is very notable in the canon of Pixar.
Elio. Directed by, and this is the first name that pops up, Domee Shi, and Madeline Sharafian and Adrian Molina.
Mm-hmm.
They asked for our leader. They got him. Elio, a space fanatic with an active imagination, finds himself on a cosmic misadventure where he must form new bonds with eccentric alien life forms, navigate a crisis of intergalactic proportions, and somehow discover who he is truly meant to be. Elio.
So, as we mentioned, we walked in late. You have not had the chance at all to see what really amounted to the first 15 minutes or even 20 minutes. It was a while. Some things of setting up the story. So the movie begins with a younger Elio establishing that his parents had just died and he's now living with his Aunt Olga. Then he stumbles into the what looks like to be a planetarium, and he discovers that there may be life out there in the universe, and it plays not Carl Sagan but somebody else saying basically the history of how they launched that satellite, and it ends with like, "Are we alone?" And that kind of marries that whole idea, like he's already at that point already feeling so alone that that's the origin of that idea of like him wanting to leave and go find somebody else where he's not going to feel that lonely anymore. Then we kind of get like a sequence to him trying to find the right beach. It looks like he goes to all these beaches and kind of like sets himself up for being abducted, but because it's during the day, people around kind of ruin that. That's kind of like, that was a bit of a song, a needle drop to Talking Heads. And then we see him, I believe, at night, and he meets these two kids, one of which is to bring him a radio to help him set up and get that message, which is semi-successful, although it kind of gets interrupted by this other kid who's kind of a bully to him. They get into a fight, and then they kind of get into the air base or whatever they're at, the Navy, Army base, I don't know what it was. And then when you and I walked into the movie, one of the scientists was saying, "Hey, we got this message. I'm ready to say hello back. Are you ready?" And then the aunt says, "You're crazy. Take a week off. Bye." And then at which point Elio records the message and sends the message. That's more or less what happens. But I think that's like a really quick way of establishing things. So now that there's going to be an issue being brought up of things that were not set up or were sporadic, and that being the case. I think if I were to just start off with getting the basics out of the way with, I really connected with the main character, Elio, in ways that I rarely do connect with characters. I love a lot of characters, but rarely do I find myself being represented. I find myself to be kind of an enigma of an individual. Peter would probably disagree. I think he probably has me dead to rights for many ways, and would laugh at me for categorizing me in whatever kind of box he would want to put me in, or boxes. But I tend to find myself not really being understood or hard to relate to. And
like the Joker.
So few movies. There's one that I told you he would do. There have been so few movies where there have been, like, I think, lead characters that I would say remind me of how I was as a kid. And I cannot even begin to tell you that Elio is the kind of movie that I really wish I had, because when I was that age, because I really
you were brown, unloved, and obsessed with aliens.
Wow, I wouldn't say unloved, but I would say misunderstood. And because I don't think, I mean, Elio, I guess to an extent feels unloved, but I think
he feels unloved. He
just feels like that no one
doesn't
really gets
fit
him.
anywhere.
Yeah, basically. And I felt that way for a long time too. And I think it's been a long time thing on this podcast that I really have kind of a fascination with outer space and aliens and all that stuff. And I mean, my favorite movie is E.T. So there's that. It's like right there. but like this is a different kind of lead character, in the sense that he's like unabashedly kind of weird and a goofball at that too. Just in every way in how he acts and how he absorbs things and what he's trying to do, I gotta tell you, this really resonated with me. And it also just speaks to, I love the idea of tying in the whole fascination with going to outer space with like, are we alone? And this idea of loneliness. It kind of connects back to how Steven Spielberg views E.T., which is like, ultimately it's about a movie of how do you fill the loneliness of the child and what extraordinary things would take place. I really have enjoyed the storytelling efforts of Pixar lately. I think for me personally, I wouldn't say it's like rivaling it, but I think thematically it's speaking to similar things that Luca and Turning Red were. I think that the three films also have kind of a carry through in terms of like how they look in the animation and the way that the characters are animated, and how they're more than the other Pixar films being made to do a few more animated kind of things. They're not just humans, but they're speaking to something that I think I'm quite jealous of kids right now that get to grow up with these kinds of movies, that they're speaking to this.
They're not watching this movie, they're watching TikTok.
And I'm very happy with the fact that that these kinds of messages are being out there, because to me, I was quite touched. I was quite moved. And I loved just about everything about it. And yeah, but now we can only go down from here. So let's go ahead and commence with the pillaring. David, let's go ahead and begin with you. You told me you were quite bored at the beginning.
Yeah, the beginning was, it was boring. Mainly because it felt like I was just watching the trailer. You already knew most of this stuff, but then also I had some complaints with the setups that they had. I really disliked in the beginning when they gave us the information of what happened to Elio's parents. It was just basically the dialogue went like, "Oh yeah, I heard about his parents. How are you doing about your brother and all that?" And it's just like, I don't know. It felt really. It didn't feel natural or anything like that. And yeah, like I said in the beginning, it was just the trailer. Everything that we've seen, the bad guy coming in, wanting to destroy the place and all that. It wasn't until Glordon showed up that I was like, oh, okay, now we're getting to the fun part. I instantly loved him when he came in, and those two together are just fun to watch for sure. Yeah, after that, it was for sure getting good. Everything that they did set up, not just the very beginning, but with the one friend and that radio, or the dude who like got fired, I guess, or got suspended.
He was sent on break.
Yeah. Everything that is set up there, really nice payoff. And then me and Ale, our biggest complaint really was that the I guess the emotions, or we didn't feel connected with the Aunt and Elio. How when they finally connected, we didn't feel anything for that, sadly. And I think for one part, one reason is because she lost her brother, and that's never really brought up at all for her character. And I feel like you could have used that to bring them in together, especially when they had that heart-to-heart moment. I feel like you could have added a line of like, "Oh, you remind me so much of him," or something. But no, we get nothing. And that's why we felt we're kind of like, that's why it just felt I mean, it's just that's why we didn't feel anything for their relationship. Everything else, though, with the whole debris field and everything, that was great. We for sure felt more emotional on that scene than anything else, and the payoff at the end was great. But yeah,
Peter, let's bring it home.
I'm probably in the middle between you guys because clearly David despised it. Clearly, Elio is gonna be on Alexis's number one, like he did bullshit in the past.
Wait, stop.
I'm in the middle.
Real quick.
Yes. Hello.
I will note
yes.
to support what you were saying.
Okay. Yes.
You.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna defend.
I love
you.
support.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did notice. It seemed to me David had a couple more criticisms of Elio than How to Train Your Dragon.
That is true. That is very true. Yes.
That's how it came off. So I just put that out there. And then I would like for you to explain what you mean bullshit foolishness that Alexis does. What do you mean by that?
You'll like see a movie and then like it and then put it as your number one.
Don't we all do that? Like, how is that unique to me?
Yeah, but you'll do it with like Eternals and Sing 2.
I am not at all opposed to the narrative that you're trying to put out there, Peter, but I am offended by the titles that you threw out there. Because
me as well.
What are you fucking
me as
talking
well.
about? Like, I never put Sing 2 as my favorite movie of anything, and Eternals was not my number one of any year. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, and I also am quite offended that you would think that Elio is in the same company as Sing 2 or Eternals. It's just like, hey,
I don't. But I'm saying you have in the past. I don't. I find it offensive as well.
Well, I guess I should be. Well, I said I was a bit put off by the clear representation that you're trying to paint there with a broad brush, and no, it's like, if you remember my favorite movies of the last couple of years, I guess in some sense I should be complimented in a way. I guess what
absolutely.
I'm saying, I think you're complimenting me in terms of like how easily it is able to see what my favorite movies are of the last couple of years. I think everybody saw Luca. Everybody called it. Everybody called Fabelmans. Even you were so mad at Fabelmans, you were forbidding me from putting it at number one because it was so clear. Look, the point is
that was when the trailer came out. That rule was made when the trailer came out because that's how well I know you.
The point is, I think I respond rather emotionally, and passionately to films that I think feel like they were made for me. The Fabelmans feels like it was made for me. Luca feels like it was made for me. Elio feels like it was made for me. So forgive me for responding to things that I love. Like, yes,
Fabelmans was made for adulterous whores.
David, do you want to comment on that? Because I mean, I guess you're an adulterous whore. You seem to like the movie a lot, The Fabelmans. I don't know what to say.
I don't know.
I want to comment on the having more criticisms of Elio than How to Train Your Dragon. If How to Train Your Dragon in comparison to the animated one, there was a whole lot more problems. Okay, like if I didn't know the commentary, I would not shut up about the comparisons. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I guess that. Okay. Just. I love how we're just the last 5 minutes have been just a point of order. Sorry.
I know. I'm just trying to make a point. My ultimate point being that I probably come somewhere within the middle of these two varying views on the film. And that overall, actually, I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I just feel that it's pretty, for me anyway, it was pretty damn apparent that it went through some real restructuring
Especially if you watch that trailer, the first trailer.
Did you go back and see that trailer?
The what?
Did you go back and see that first teaser trailer?
I did.
It's a completely different film.
Yeah, for sure.
It's an entirely. If you go back and see that teaser trailer, he doesn't call her aunt. He calls her mom. That was his mom.
Yeah,
Real quick, Peter, can you, David? Look, I don't know what it is, but like, I have been excited about this movie since I first heard about it, but I don't think I ever watched the teaser more than once. You got a chance to see it more than once?
Yeah.
You were saying that you would watch it a lot. How?
They were showing it in theaters a lot.
They would show it a couple of times.
Yeah, I saw it in theaters a lot. And I mean, I can't believe I forgot about the whole, that was supposed to be his mom.
Not only that, he's not obsessed with aliens. He is actively avoiding trying to be abducted. He doesn't view it as a good thing. And he does, the way that the message goes out is he calls her to pick him up from camp because it looks like he hates being there, and that just so happens to be when the aliens reach out and they intercept her cell phone call, and then that's how they hear his message of like, okay, goodbye, love you. And then they completely changed that. And then also the main bad guy, that slug monster, he wasn't the bad Quigor or whatever. He wasn't the bad guy. He was a member of the alien leadership universe or whatever. Just completely different setup. Just a completely different story.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I also noticed? Am I wrong? But because I went back and watched the teaser a couple of times, wasn't it a completely different voice actor too? It was not the same. I think.
Oh, I don't know.
The voice sounds different. I think a little slightly.
Well,
younger, but it wasn't.
They took so long to make it.
Yeah,
I would imagine maybe the actor aged out of the voicing, maybe. It
sounds younger than the final version of Elio. I mean, maybe it was the same actor and he just kind of aged.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Glordon character, I guarantee did not exist at the time of that teaser.
I didn't remember seeing him at all.
No,
but I'm saying I don't even think at that stage of development he just wasn't. He didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
He had no reason to exist. So you can tell, at least for me watching it, because there's a lot of just the pacing and the way certain things and story elements like pop up out of nowhere. It's like, this went through some restructuring. It's a little wonky the way it's structured. It's like, because at first it's about him. It's like, okay, you're pretending to be a leader. Now it's about an invasion. Now it's about him connecting with this other kid. Now we're back on Earth. Now we're back with the alien. Like, there's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell there's some multiple cooks in the kitchen. But what those cooks cooked up, I actually kind of dig. Like, I like the idea of exploring individual loneliness and then sort of taking that on a galactic scale. And it's like looking at through the eyes of like mankind, right? Because that's what, when we look to the skies and think of extraterrestrials, that's the question: are we alone, right? And to sort of personalize that in a way, I think is so cool. And I think they have certain moments. And the ultimate message I kind of dig too. And then there's certain moments that I think pull through what they're trying to say, and they do it pretty well. But it's one of those things where it's like, you could tell that was a last minute idea and they didn't really have time to organically set it up well within the film, right? Like, one moment I really liked was when they are trying to avoid all the debris, the space debris, and they're having to rely on the entire Earth to help them, avoid that debris and make it out safely. And it's like, okay, I see what you're trying to say here, what you're going for, and the emotional moment that you're going for. But there's no setup to it. It's just random, kind of the way it comes through. And even the ultimate end, all the stuff with the Carl Sagan voiceover and all of that. what they're trying to do, what they say, the mom/aunt character, you can tell went through a good deal of restructuring. Oh, and then also his the like copy, the fake copy.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that was supposed to be far more sinister in the original version. It comes off that way to me, because that's also like a weird big setup that's kind of not that important.
Yeah.
To a certain extent. It feels like there was supposed to be more with that.
I mean, the biggest one was when he cut off part of his finger, and they literally show it as like some horror thing, like almost.
Oh,
as
they get real creepy with it. Yeah.
Yeah, like almost as if like, maybe the aunt/mom was supposed to notice that and was kind of supposed to get freaked out.
Yeah. That was the first thing that really threw me off in the movie, was when it turns out the aunt just assumes that he's an alien, and it's like, why would she make that logical jump that her nephew's an alien? And I'm like, well, maybe that makes a little bit more sense in the original cut, where he literally, like, she sees that her call from him sort of gets snatched real time by the aliens, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's something a little bit more there. But overall, I digs a lot of what the movie's going for, and to me, I was entertained the whole time. I did find it pretty funny.
I think
there's
that
some funny
aspect
jokes
about it. I think that aspect about it that is consistently entertaining. I think it is part of what saved the movie. I think dramatically.
Yeah, for sure.
I was telling David, in the audience that Peter and I had, people were enjoying themselves and people were laughing pretty consistently. So, and I mean, one of the things, and that doesn't happen all the time, but maybe it was the message, maybe it was the theme, maybe they liked Elio a lot. I don't know what it was, but like, I mean, the character. But clearly, like the movie, because like there was like applause at the end, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. The audience we saw with very clearly dug it, and
it did get an ace in of course. So I mean, there is
it's liked, right? Like I think the people that have seen it have genuinely enjoyed it. The numbers don't lie.
So I will say is yeah. I think ultimately we're all in agreement that if this film was originally conceived by Domee and it was carried out through the end, and there wasn't any of this restructuring, we would have had a much better put together movie. But when you consider how much of the movie seemed to already have been done, I would say it is quite impressive how good the movie is as is, considering how they basically had to reverse engineer so much of what was already put in place.
That's the thing. You realize there's a lot of scenes that, well, like what they did with the Daredevil, the footage is done. You know, it's part of the movie. We're not getting rid of it. And they were still able to completely restructure, like, entire characters and entire... It seems like all they really kept was character designs and the main basic concept of kid gets abducted by alien, pretends to be the leader of Earth.
And there were still some things that they kept, like the whole, okay, love you, bye. That thing they kept, you know...
Because they already recorded it.
Well, they re-recorded it a lot. I mean, look, realistically, as far as like, I think Pixar is pretty economical when it comes to their animated movies, their original movies. But this one obviously ballooned because they had. It seemed like they had to start over from scratch. There hasn't been too much information available. I did pull this up, so why did Adrian Molina leave? This is all that I can find. After working on the project for a couple of years, Molina felt like this is bullshit, but he felt ultimately he wasn't the one to see it to the finish line.
That's not the way it works.
Yeah. But he didn't exit to do nothing, which is what would happen. He apparently exited in order to work on Coco 2, which Adrian Molina is the co-director of Coco 1. But my gut tells me something wasn't clicking, and he wasn't quite sure how to pull it off. So In June 2024, Pixar's chief creative officer Pete Docter revealed that Turning Red director Domee was working on the film. She was officially announced as the new director at D23 just last August, Jesus, alongside Madeline Sherifian, who previously worked on the storyboarding for this movie. The screenplay was written by a lot of cooks: Julia Cho, Mark Hamill, and Mike Jones. Cho, particularly, previously co-wrote Turning Red, so it wasn't just Domee that was coming from Turning Red over to this. While Jones, interestingly enough, also part of the other screenwriter, Jones previously co-wrote Pixar's Soul and Luca. During production, when researching the topic of loneliness, the directors talked to psychologists, including Vivek Murthy, about children's loneliness and grief. Blah, 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 blah. So, okay, not really too much information about what the hell happened, but my gut just tells me that whatever was happening with Adrian Molina, it wasn't cutting it. And we have to also remind ourselves the timeline of this. It seems like what ended up working out in their favor was that Bob Iger was already on them to haul ass to streamline Inside Out 2, and they pumped that out pretty quick to switch it out for Elio, and that gave Elio, I guess, a one more year to pull off what they were able to pull off. And I must say that if you were one of these people that watched Inside Out 2, and very many people did watch Inside Out 2, it is a very frenetically paced movie. Like you can tell one of our initial reactions when watching Inside Out 2 was like, wow, was this like pushed out of the assembly line pretty freaking quickly. And I'll say this, look, I think, and Peter and I had a similar takeaway when coming out of the movie. I didn't realize that they also had they brought in the screenwriters for Turning Red and Luca and Soul, but I think Domee deserves, she really is the savior of this movie. She pulled it together. I don't know how and this was not an original project, that she was like, hey, can you come in here and save this? Okay, sure. And what she was able to do, I think, is very telling of what she's really capable of. And this is a person that Pixar would be wise to keep for as long as they possibly can.
Give her more of her projects. Because it seems like Pixar's having quite an issue fostering talent, which is also another conversation we had.
Yes, because we didn't. I funny enough, I blocked it out, but I guess this is the perfect time to mention it. Overall, though, before we end off of Elio, just to be fair, David didn't say he hated it.
No, yeah, I still liked it. For a Pixar movie, saying, I didn't like it as much, it's like, I don't know. I liked it. I still liked it. I have some complaints, but
Pixar is Pixar. I love most of Pixar's movies. They made an alien movie with a weird kid, and it kind of spoke to me. So it's like, I think all of us generally liked it. I think just varying degrees of it. To me, Elio, I think, is really a hard movie to dislike. Even the people who are like, whatever, they were like, I enjoyed it. Mm-hmm. So I think that's just, and that should really speak for how well of a job they did to pull it together. And I will just say, as somebody who watches all the Pixar movies, I just thought it was a breath of fresh air, considering that the last two were, I know I don't count Elemental because I didn't watch Elemental in theaters, but unfortunately I did watch Inside Out 2 and Lightyear, and those were like soul-sucking experiences. And watching this was just like a renew. It was like, you know how in The Last Jedi, when Snoke tells Kylo Ren, my faith in you is restored. For now, anyway. And in the particular individuals who are attached, who are actually talented, like we mentioned earlier in the show, we will watch your career with great interest, Domee. That's for sure. But speaking of fostering other talent, I mean, the other people involved with Pixar, I think they're far more questionable. I think all of us are excited for anything Enrico Casarosa has to offer, because he, of course, directed and wrote Luca, and his next movie is called Gato, and it looks pretty great. And it doesn't, hurt that there are a couple of people on our panel who love felines quite a bit. So, and as I say that, I'm sure we're about to be bestowed by another guest.
Too late.
Oh, she ran. Okay, well. Which, by the way, I'm not sure if everyone here has seen Flow. I know Peter and I saw Flow, but that's a movie which also features a cat. So
it does.
Watch that one. Which I believe won the Academy Award this year for Best Animated Feature. So
it did.
Interesting.
It did. That probably helped to get Gato greenlit.
I'm gonna make a prediction right now because of all my favorites crashing and burning. My prediction is Elio will not win Best Animated Feature, and since I don't know of any other
my prediction
Disney
is it doesn't even get nominated.
No, I think it will because it is Pixar. And I don't know how many other nominated movies are going to be, how many animated movies are going to be in the race. But later this year, unfortunately, is Zootopia 2, and watch that be the sequel that actually wins.
Never mind, she came back.
Feature. And Zootopia 2 is going to be watched by a lot of people. Mm-hmm. So, unfortunately, Elio doesn't have a chance because nobody watched it. And 2, I like it, so that's all she wrote. So that's on Elio. But as far as the other people that are at Pixar, and the news that was made recently, that Peter Sohn, the director of The Good Dinosaur and Elemental, is now going to be directing Incredibles 3. And I do want to say, before we get into it, Incredibles 3 is a movie that shouldn't be made. For a lot of reasons. First and foremost, clearly Brad Bird does not care. I don't think he wants to be at the helm of this. I don't think he wants to be making this. They're saying so far that he is writing the screenplay. We'll see if that is even true in the end. Because I don't know how far away Incredibles 3 is, but I mean, yeah. Peter Sohn's doing Incredibles 3, and then I don't know what else Dan Scanlon is doing. Dan Scanlon is the one that recently directed Onward and Monsters University. I will say, look, not enough, I think, is being made about how, and I know that Dan Scanlon and Peter Sohn are not as good as the other ones, but I do want to say, regardless of how you feel about this era of Pixar, Dan Scanlon with Onward, Peter Sohn with Elemental, Enrico Casarosa with Luca, Domee with Turning Red, Pete Docter with Soul, and this was still going off of the original idea of Adrian Molina, but Domee carried it out with Elio. Like, all of these movies are basically like, I love that these are original stories that are being propelled by creators who are heavily basing it off of experiences that they've gone through in their own lives. And I like the fact that Pixar was giving them that chance to air out those stories. And what, quite frankly, should be prioritized over, as Pete Docter said this week, Toy Story 27. Peter, you wanted to speak about the state of Pixar and the current people that they have at home?
No, yeah, that's what I just said, that I'm not a fan of, what is it, Peter's song from, whatever his name is. Yeah, not too crazy about him, not crazy about the other one who did Monsters U and Onward. Yeah. It's just, they're not at the level of what I would consider Pixar to be. I have never connected with those films. I just think like at best fine kids films, but they don't have that special magic. I thought you liked The Good Dinosaur. Huh?
I thought you liked The Good Dinosaur.
I like how weird it is. The weirdness sells me on it, and it can only exist.
Do you think Peter would like Elemental?
I don't think I would.
I think You would, yeah.
So the trailers are very misleading about what it actually is. It's actually a really cool immigration story.
Mm-hmm.
An immigrant story. So I think you.
Boo.
I don't think you'll love it, but I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I think
maybe I'll give it a shot. But okay, just the whole idea of like she's fire and he's water.
The trailers were terrible. That's
like,
why I didn't watch it in theaters.
No, that part.
It's such a stupid premise.
No, yeah, that part of the trailers. I mean, yeah, it wasn't selling me either. But I think they do get creative as to how they sort of look at each other in a unique way. So,
and I will say, I do like the lead characters are pretty fun to watch. Yeah. It's also a love story, so it's like
you own Cars too. I don't know.
It's not gonna be.
Yeah.
Okay, I own Cars too, but am I the one that puts it above Up?
That is genuinely disgusting. Yes.
I'm not the one.
No one's
to be
arguing.
clear.
No one's arguing that. No one is arguing that. Maybe I'll give it a shot. But
we should say like. Do you agree with me about this era of Pixar? Are you as enthusiastic about it as I am? Because just to put it into context,
well,
we're not always
because it includes all these goddamn sequels.
Okay, but can we? That's not okay. I think the sequels that we're about to get is this other era. I'm talking about from 2020 to like right now. Is like we have
including Inside Out too.
Yeah, but you're focusing on the sequels. What I'm focusing on is we got way more original movies out of Pixar in these last 5 years.
Name them.
I did already. Onward, Soul, Luca, Turning Red, Elio, Elemental. I named them several times. We got way more original animated movies from Pixar in these last 5 years.
I'll always prefer that.
In the previous 10 years. That's what I'm talking about.
I will always prefer that.
I
also prefer that they're great, but yeah.
Yes. Am I saying that it's going to be great from here on out? No, because the era that we're about to enter, thanks to Bob Iger, is actually pretty hideous. I am very, very upset that they're doing Toy Story 5. Like,
it's
I could
embarrassing.
Not be angry
it's embarrassing at this point.
That.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the sequels going forward, I think enough is enough, quite frankly. Now, I know that we had
it's going to make $1 billion, and he's going to announce 4 more sequels the next day.
Well, I mean, from a personal standpoint, I mean that you and I are fed up with the number of sequels.
I probably won't watch Toy Story 5 in theaters. I mean, I don't know. I won't watch Incredible. I've avoided all these sequels. I stopped watching them because I don't care. I didn't see Inside Out too. I still haven't.
You didn't miss anything, really. Honestly, you didn't miss anything about Inside Out 2.
Lightyear I agree. It's gonna be worse.
We do count it as one.
Huh?
Lightyear technically was not a sequel, but I think it still kind of counts as like an offshoot or something.
The worst of all worlds. That movie.
Yeah. But I mean, it was just really unfortunate that this era of all these originals was just mired in all of this like crap circling around it. And it's ridiculous. Toy Story 5, Incredibles 3, Coco 2. Coco 2 seems
those
really
are great.
offensive.
Yeah. Coco 2. Die Harder. Who's dying this time?
Okay. Was there anything else left to say, Peter?
No.
Well, I think we've just about covered it. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is a very lively podcast, very long apparently. Hey, we had a lot of movies that we watched and we needed to get to, so it's like this is more than the usual amount that we would have. But thank you all for watching. Thank you all for staying tuned. As a reminder, we've got some pretty big hitters coming up. I think the next big one's going to be Superman, and we're all going to be so stoked for that one. So stay tuned for that and more under our red spotlight, and we will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, it turns out we're not quite done today, are we? So we are actually going to insert this at the end of the last podcast. We're recording this a few days later because some pretty seismic expose, I guess you could say, of some sort of report was just dropped, considering that the last couple of minutes of this podcast were meant to talk about what exactly happened with the reshaping of the Pixar film Elio. So just in case... as a reminder, hello everybody, I'm Alexis and this is David, of course. We just finished our review of Elio, and since then a lot has happened. I think we actually went to go see it again together, and then I believe literally just the day that we're recording this, the Hollywood Reporter just dropped something as far as like, I'm not entirely sure what the goal here was of this article, because the Hollywood Reporter is a corporate power and oftentimes is utilized by the distributors. So Disney, you have to think to yourself that any time that there is a report like this that drops, what is it that Disney is trying to accomplish here? And I'm not sure what this does, honestly. I guess, I don't know, because this is not one of these situations where we have like a mess of a movie. You know, we need to remind ourselves this is that for the most part, all of us liked the movie. Some of us, and then some people liked it quite a bit. And yet, if you read this article, it kind of gives the impression that the powers that be at Disney and Pixar think like this is such a dumpster fire that they needed to drop this and kind of explain away why things happened. And maybe it is a dumpster fire from the perspective of its box office. Of course, we have said many times at this point that Disney did itself no favors in advertising this movie at all. Again, we had said on the show that, well, why not just incorporate, you know, another alien character from Disney called Stitch, you know, because a near $1 billion movie, Lilo and Stitch, is playing in theaters right now. And of course, that episode hasn't really been made public just yet, but I'm like, the TikTok Pixar account posted something of a Stitch knockoff voice actor voicing Stitch as if he was doing a live reaction to the Elio trailer, which is so incredibly tone deaf and desperate. Now, look, did we say, should we incorporate Stitch in the marketing? Yeah, like 5 months ago. This is something you would do maybe 2 months, a month before. Hell, you do this when the trailer dropped months ago. You don't do a trailer reaction to a movie that has been in theaters for almost 2 weeks. And hey, I gotta say, who's ever running the Pixar TikTok account, they're trying. God, they're trying. They're trying to get people. They even made a TikTok, which I thought was funny. Yes, you can call it desperate, but that was also funny. They made a TikTok of some person that was like basically doing one of those trends where it's like calling out their own fans. So it's like, hey, you say you want original movies. Well, this is the time to go and show your support for original films. So I thought that maybe worked a little more, but still it's like too little too late. And you can tell that these people have been left out to dry to figure out for themselves, God, how can we sell this movie? The one thing that they're doing that is in the right direction is that they know that these days word of mouth means a lot. And so they're using that. They even, I think, they brought on Hector from Heroes Reforged to do a review on the Pixar TikTok account. And so it's like they're trying to get people's like voices out there. And Disney didn't try. And based on just pure speculation, it seemed as if Disney executives in particular had no faith in this movie. Even after the restructuring, they still said to themselves, we're not going to spend anything. And even now, it seems that they are under the impression that it's still a failure because, well, no one went to go out and see it, but no one went to go out and see it because you didn't really act as if it existed at all. And I believe it was somebody who, there was a separate article in a different outlet last week that kind of was like speculating, okay, is it really that the executives were stunned that the movie got positive reviews? Because I'll tell you, and I said this in the podcast, and I've been saying it. Remind yourself that movie executives these days, as well as the people who are in control of everything involving the world of movies, as well as the world of politics and the world as it is, they are not the smartest people in the room. Because I bet you something, I totally buy that these people were stunned that the movie got positive reviews.
Yeah.
Remember, these executives constantly think that the wrong movies are their best things. Remember, in recent years, David Zaslav, God, that marathon of a marketing campaign to get The Flash out in theaters, saying it was and even getting James Gunn to say it's the best movie ever.
Yeah.
Last year, Bob Iger was like, "Oh, Moana 2 was wonderful. It was bragging about out-of-house animation. Wow, we made this for cheap and it looks almost pretty good." That was not great at all. They were trying to sell. Oh, God, David Zaslav didn't even think that Barbie was a good movie, and that ended up being the single highest-grossing movie in the history of Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly at every turn, these people have no idea. Remember, Kevin Feige and his team, they were shell-shocked that Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania got the reviews that it did.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was one of their best. So constantly, these people, they have no idea what they're doing. And I could totally buy that they thought that this was a bad movie, even after the restructuring. Because clearly, and before we even did anything, as we were saying in the earlier speculation, our speculation is okay, something went wrong, obviously. And I was saying, based on what I could just read between the lines, Adrian Molina was asked to step down. It isn't quite accurate, but it was more along the lines that he stepped down and he went on to a different project and then they kind of took it over. I want to get this out of the way with first. I do feel like this is a weird situation because how this would usually go is, oh, the movie was bad, and now here's the expose about why it was bad, and now we're going to hate Disney even more. I think Disney looks pretty bad coming out of this. And I think Pixar, too, looks pretty bad coming out of this. So I don't know. Again, I don't know what this is accomplishing. But it's also why this is a weird situation and complicated is because somehow, through and thanks to the work of the two directors, I believe it was Domee and I believe Marianne. I don't forget the other one's name. She's not as well known to me anyway. She's we'll get into her name, but she was from Burrow, the Apple animated short movie. They were still able to pull off a good movie. And if you look at the scores, an A Cinema score, 81% Rotten Tomatoes. I mean, everybody who has seen the movie for the most part, the worst thing that I've heard people say is that it's fine.
Yeah.
No one has said it's a bad movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's seemingly the only people who thought it was a bad movie was the Disney executives. And that should tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to say here, it's what I don't want to see is bad faith actors, dishonest actors, who are the ones that are saying Pixar is washed, man. They can't make anything good anymore. It's not like the old days. You know how when we had Monsters, Inc. and Finding Nemo? Who cares about Pixar anymore? It's they're so boring, or bean mouth animation. The animation looks so ugly. It was anyone who spouts that I immediately identify as a bad faith, dishonest actor. And if you're being genuine in those takes, then I have no interest in your opinion. Because you're not worth listening to if that's what you're taking away. Like, I can't even believe that there have been a number of videos who have been blaming the animation style of Elio as something that has hindered Pixar. And they're using Turning Red and Luca as other examples of failures. And I have to remind everybody, Luca and Turning Red were massive, massive successes on streaming. And they would have been massive successes at the box office if Disney had allowed them to be. And they were not. So if you're going to use Turning Red and Luca as a comparison point, that there is no comparison. And a lot of these people, mind you, clearly think that Turning Red and Luca are not very good movies. And that have not made any kind of impact. And they could not be more wrong. Mm-hmm. Luca and Turning Red already have massive fan bases. I was there at Pixar Fest last year, everybody will tell you was a bust or whatever. I don't care. People loved those characters. Even Soul, like, got a lot of, like, woo! You know, when the parade happened and all those characters came out, like, they love. So, and I can tell you already, people are loving Elio. The ones who really love it, and it's going to be remembered. Like, I don't know how they did it, but through what we're going to read right now is very shady and very bad. But somehow they pulled out a good movie for a change. And this is why it makes it complicated. But just to put that out there, I don't want this to take away from what I think clearly we both perceive to be a good movie in the end. I think perhaps we could tell that there were some last minute stitching together behind the scenes. And I think the article may kind of illuminate us as far as like how last minute things were. Mm-hmm. Before I read any of this, David, do you have any initial impressions off of the little snippets that I sent you over earlier in the day? I know usually we don't like do a whole let's record something to add to the last episode thing, but this kind of, we're not going to have a podcast in a while, and we needed to get this out. I needed to air this out because I feel all kinds of feelings.
No, yeah, it's a really weird one for sure. Because you mentioned like they didn't expect this to be good. I don't know whether or not they expected it to be good, or maybe they thought it was going to be a success. But this article that's coming out, this is definitely them trying to basically just shift blame away from themselves and all that. But for one thing, it's not working again because this has happened with Snow White and the Marvels and everything. I don't know. But this one, though, is for sure like, wow, you are desperate to shift blame for sure, aren't you? Because, yeah, Elio's not doing great in the box office and all that. But that was basically to be expected. Not because it's like, originals aren't doing well. It's just that you fucked up on streaming your last Pixar movies and all that. And so that's why they want to shift the blame. And so because they want to shift the blame away from themselves and from streaming because they don't still want to admit that they're the problem and all that. So it's absolutely insane for this article coming out, and just all I read like maybe one or two of them, but yeah, it was just kind of insane. The reasons why they think it was a failure and all that. And then also too, whenever these things come out, like the blame just always goes back to them, and not because we know that they're shifting blame, but it's because these were your guys' decisions. Like any sort of change, yeah, the writers are just trying to do their job that you told them to do. So in the end, all blame just always goes back to you. To the executives. Yeah,
so again, usually it's like as you said, you're trying to shift the blame somewhere else, and it's just not working this time. I do want to say something though real quick at the top. Daniel Howitt from the Next Best Picture team tweeted this out, who enjoyed the film. He said, Elio scored really solid reviews. To argue that Molina's original version would have fared better at the box office makes no sense at all. It's fascinating to hear the behind-the-scenes breakdown of how Elio was reworked, but I take major issue with the article's final thesis. And the thesis of the article is that Molina's version was way better, and Disney fucked up this movie. It's a really hard thing to argue that, again, when you look at the scores and the reviews, and you have a really good movie on your hands. Mm-hmm. And what this, I think, to me, as a fan of the movie, obviously, it kind of makes me feel shitty because if it comes across as like you're taking a shit on this movie. And I could understand that if it was Lightyear.
Yeah.
Hell, I would welcome it if it was Lightyear. But this movie?
Mm-hmm.
And look, I'm not saying, and we're going to get into it, was Adrian Molina robbed? Yes. Yes, he was. Mm. And was he fucked with? Yes, he was. Did Pixar screw him over? Yes, he was. Pixar in this article really came across like pussies. Just basically knowing what Disney's not going to let them do. And so they're basically policing themselves. Not even trying to get anything past Disney. And then the article, again, this is how you know that Disney approved of this, because the article is trying to give a different perspective, that defending Disney as if like, well, it wasn't Disney that said, that put the don't do gay, don't do queer thing. Pixar did it on their own. And in that same article, in that same paragraph, it goes on to say, well, yes, Disney didn't tell them. Pixar did it on their own to de-queer the movie and the character. But the reasoning was because Pixar already knew Disney wasn't going to approve it. So what are you doing here? It's like you're the same paragraph you're trying to say that Disney didn't make them do anything, but then you're also saying that they knew Disney wouldn't have approved it either way. And then I also want to say this too. One of my initial takeaways is like, okay, how queer are we talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
Like how, and I understand, look, Adrian Molina is a gay man, and obviously he was going to write and direct this movie. He's going to make it a representation of himself. I don't know how much of himself he was going to put into this movie. Even the article disputes how much of that was going to be, if you read into it right now, which we'll get into. But I really don't think what Molina was going to put out was going to be that different of a character. I mean, we'll see. It's because, again, it's hard to think that a Pixar and Disney movie is going to put out a main lead character that is queer and openly queer because of the environment that we're in. And even forget the environment, fuck the people who are trying to, like, you know, turn Disney into the right wing and everything. But I would just say it's like, if you've consumed enough Disney media, you know that they're very, very resistant to showing any kind of that specific kind of representation, right? Mm-hmm. And to me, as I was reading this, it comes across like the Pixar executives are arguing that because they changed, I don't really know how much of the character was changed. I mean, there were things in this article that said that they were making him look more masculine, that they were trying. Look, I've seen some takeaways that Elio, look, every character is coded some kind of way. Personally, I can see in the final version some instances where you can kind of consider the character to be queer if you want him to be that way. Again, I can see. I can also see how you can code. I don't say this, but some people have been saying it who identify this, that they can that Elio in some instances can code to be autistic. I'm not saying it. I'm just repeating what others who identify as that can say. Again, every audience can like take away what they want to from a character. We've been down this road before, okay? And we'll continue to go down this road. It's totally fine. But this is really complicated. So let me just go ahead and get into this before I do want to say that Daniel Howitt ended saying that that's also not to say there aren't very clear issues with Pixar's apparent fear of political blowback on all fronts. They've got to figure out how to deal with that if they want filmmakers to tell honest stories, and that's a very good point there. So this is where we are. Hollywood Reporter's headline: Inside Elio's catastrophic path. Catastrophic. Mm-hmm. America Ferrera's exit and director change and erasure of queer themes. Okay, so let me just go ahead and skip the says here, according to the Hollywood Reporter, Elio was initially portrayed as a queer-coded character, reflecting original director Adrian Molina's identity as an openly gay filmmaker. Other sources, and see again, this is the thing about this article. There are a couple of sources, but they're not saying the same thing. There are contradictory things. Like, I also shared with you guys, again, I want to pull away from the article, but I have to say this, like, one of the takeaways, if you look at that just didn't make any sense. One of the takeaways was the Elio that is in theaters right now is far worse than Adrian's best version. But then it also says the first cut of the film screened audiences, and they asked if they would see it in a theater. Not a single hand was raised. So, which also doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't like the movie. It just means that they wouldn't pay money to go see it, which is not a good thing. Mm-hmm. So, do you see how those things just they're not in the same world. Very contradictory. So it's very hard to see what really happened here. We may not even have a good, clear picture just yet, but just where we are. Okay. Other sources say that Molina did not intend the film to be a coming out story, as the character is 11. But either way, this characterization gradually faded away throughout the production process as Elio became more masculine, following feedback from leadership. Gone were not only such direct examples of his passion for environmentalism, which that, by the way, that particularly irks me because the planet is dying as we speak. We are killing this planet. These corporations know that we're killing this planet. These corporations are complicit in killing this planet, and they do not want that message getting out. By the way, talking about environmentalism, this is the same studio that made WALL-E, right? Yeah. We all know what happened in WALL-E, just to remember. In case you forgot, they had to leave the planet because it was uninhabitable because of the pollution and all that stuff. But okay, we're just gonna dwindle that down. And apparently, he also had a passion for fashion that they dwindled down. But also a scene in Elio's bedroom with pictures suggesting a male crush. Which, by the way, again, I very highly doubt that there was going to be any openly anything happen. I bet you it would be like in Across the Spider-Verse where like Gwen Stacy, or Spider-Gwen I should say, Spider-Gwen has like a trans rights poster in her bedroom. That's all it was.
Yeah. But then also too, it's like...
But even that they couldn't let like get out there.
Yeah. But then also too, the posters of male crushes, like I don't know, I'm what I find weird is like, is that really what it was? Or was it just, or were the posters are just like men who were probably astronauts in the past, scientists? Because like he's supposed to be into that sort of thing. It's like, okay, this is an actual crush, or these are people he's looking up to? Which, did you just get the wrong idea of this? I don't know.
Yeah. So now this goes into the part where there was some issues. It was around the time of, let's see here. Okay, so this is what happened. There was a screening that was held in summer 2023, 2 years ago. Although viewers, it was like a blind screening of the movie. It was almost done, from what other sources say. Although viewers expressed how much they enjoyed the movie, they were also asked how many of them would see it in a theater. And not a single hand was raised, according to a source with knowledge of the event. And this sounded alarm bells for the studio. Now, I have to ask this question, because studios do screenings like this all the time. I assume this has to be a really rare occasion in which no one in the test audience would raise their hand up to say that they would see this in a movie theater. Now, to me, David, if I'm hearing that, and if you're a movie executive, I can understand the thought that, oh no, this is not good. We have to do something here. To me, this reads like something isn't working. That while the people enjoyed it, and again, it's not hard to enjoy a movie. I mean, people, I'm sure, enjoyed Lightyear or Good Dinosaur or Cars 2 to a certain extent. I mean, there are plenty of movies that are not very successful from a quality standpoint, I want to stress, that people can enjoy, but just weren't very good. Mm-hmm. I do have to wonder, though. I'm thinking what I just said is more closer to the truth. I'm thinking, because look, here's the thing. I keep replaying in my head the first teaser that we got. I like Elio as it is right now, in large part because of its message. and the theme of Are We Alone. I think that's like the best thing going forward, and tying everything into that theme. Now, you correct me if I'm wrong here, David, but if you look at that original teaser that we got 2 years ago, to me, that's completely absent.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the same movie.
Yeah.
Not even in like, oh, there were like these huge differences. I don't even think I feel like Domee, she doesn't get enough credit, because I really do think that Domee did the best she could, taking a lot of Adrian's original story ideas and then even infusing her own sensibilities as a creative and brought it home to a cohesive thematic piece. Mm-hmm. But when I look at that teaser, all I think of, oh, boy and aliens and space. I don't get any idea of a message. Now, I'm not here to say that maybe it wasn't originally a part of it, but it doesn't seem to be a part of it if I'm looking at the teaser trailer.
Yeah,
right?
It's hard to kind of gauge what the story is going to be about with that trailer. Because, I mean, again, we didn't like the Elemental trailer, but you got the gist of it. It's like, oh, fire and water. They're, they can't be together, but obviously they're going to fall in love. That's what you get. In the newest trailers for Elio, it was fairly obvious that, that it was about him wanting to leave Earth, but then you can guess that later on he's going to want to go home, obviously, and he was lonely at Earth and then made some friends out of space, but then it's going to realize that he should go back to Earth and all that. That's basically it. When you do watch the original trailer, though, you're kind of like, wait, where is this going to go exactly? Because in that original trailer, he doesn't want to go to space. He gets kidnapped for sure. It was just an accident that he got kidnapped. And then is picked as leader of Earth, and somehow there's going to be a trial for Earth. You don't know what it's about. Maybe it's to join this group or something. I don't know. But you're kind of like, okay, if he's going to have to defend Earth, what is he going to do exactly? What would be the theme, I guess, of this story? Just from that first trailer, it's really hard to figure it out. Now, maybe it just could be because we saw this version now, when it's basically completely the opposite. At least the plot events are complete opposite of what was happening. So I don't know. It's really hard to gauge what the intended story was going to be, what the theme is.
Yeah, I would even say downright impossible. But I don't know. I mean, it might, to me, look, my initial gut was telling me whatever Adrian Molina was doing, the story wasn't coming together. Mm-hmm. It just wasn't. This doesn't make Pete Docter and his fellow executives look that great, but part of me just feels it rings a bit untrue to think that Pete Docter thought that part of the problem was the identity of Elio, and that they were beginning to strip away queer elements from it. That I don't know, but anyway, it's overall though, it's very hard to blame executives in the one instance where if you screen this movie and not everybody wants to go see it, that's a problem. I will say though, something needs to be said for the fact that, as we have been saying, Disney has been conditioning their audience to expect that original animated movies of this scale are no longer worthy of being seen in theaters. Mm-hmm. And that they now expect it to be on Disney Plus. So I wonder if that has set in. And if that's the case, yeah. Okay. As we were going off here, it was around this same time that Molina screened his latest cut for the Pixar leadership. So the first screening was with the test audiences. It wasn't well received there. I mean, again, they enjoyed it, but they would not one would say that they would pay money to go see this movie. Then he screened it again for the Pixar leadership. There are differing accounts. This is the thing that makes it so hard. It's like, not everyone's saying the same thing. So there are differing accounts of the exact feedback that Molina received from Pete Docter when the lights went up. With rumors circulating in some of the studio's circles that Molina was hurt by the conversation. This leaves the door open, and again, knowing Pete Docter, it leaves the door open, suggesting that maybe Pete Docter was saying that we needed to tone down a lot of the queer elements, and that maybe that hurt Molina. I suppose that's possible, but knowing Docter as like one of the best creatives we have, I'm just thinking, again, there's not much to go on, but just trying to like speculate here. Maybe he just clearly it wasn't working for him, and he was telling Molina, "Hey, I got a lot of notes for you." And when notice how the framing of that sentence is weird too. The phrasing, hurt. Well, yeah, any person is gonna be hurt by being told that your movie has a lot of problems. So okay, but all right, again, not very clear at all. The part that is clear is that Molina exited the project soon after. And much of Elio was reworked under the new directors, Madeline Sherifian and Domee. Okay. After a year-long delay, the film... Okay, blah, blah, blah. And then here comes something from a... They're going to quote Sarah Ligatic, I believe her name is. She's a former assistant editor at Pixar. Emphasis on former. Well, let's see what she says. I was deeply saddened and aggravated by the changes that were made. Although she praises Sherifian and she as filmmakers, Ligatic notes that a number of creatives working on the film stepped down after the directors shared their first cut of the movie. Damn. The exodus of talent after that cut was really indicative of how unhappy a lot of people were that they had changed and destroyed this beautiful work. Another Pixar source disputes that people stepped down in response to Molina's departure. So this is one Pixar person saying a bunch of people left after Domee and God, what's the other person's name? I keep forgetting her. After Domee and Madeline Sherifian, they had their first cut. But another source says that didn't happen. So you see how this is just he said, she said. And I also want to say that this person that they're talking about, this Pixar employee, Sarah Ligatic, she was a member of the company's LGBTQ group, Pix Pride. And it comes across that she was very, very upset at the fact that they erased all of the queer stuff. And it comes across that because of that, and because that's really messing with Molina's personal identity, that she was very much disgusted by it. And yeah, she's right to be disgusted by that, of course. But it doesn't give off, oh, it was such a bad movie. It was more so, oh my God, they changed it so much that you can't even tell it was made by a queer filmmaker. Again, hard to say what's really happening here. The changes to Elio were clear to one former Pixar artist who worked on the film and asked to remain anonymous. They say, it was pretty clear through the production of the first version of the film that the studio leaders were constantly standing down these moments in the film that alluded to Elio's sexuality of being queer. And again, according to this person, this suggests that there may have been a couple of instances where they're going to suggest. Again, suggest. Not long after that, the final 2023 screening of Molina's cut for Pixar Brass. The company announced, so after they had, screened it, the company announced internally that Molina would take a break from the project, leading to a period of inactivity for those working on the film. Sources tell Hollywood Reporter that Molina was informed shortly thereafter. What did I tell you? This is what they do. Take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to... This comes across like they were pushing him out, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, but this is what happens. He was informed shortly thereafter that Sherifian, who wrote and directed Pixar's 2020 short Burrow, and was a storyboard artist on the 2022 feature Turning Red. And she was also a storyboard artist already for Elio, would be elevated to director. Which, by the way, so Pixar tells Adrian, go take a break.
Yeah.
And then we'll figure this out when we come back.
We figured it out.
Then we'll figure it out. But then when he comes back, they say, we figured it out. And we're going to put this other person to be your co-boss or co-director. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? If they did that to me, I'd be like... And I think that's kind of what happened. Because, like, what do you mean? And like, they don't even asking him, what do you think about bringing somebody on? No. They told him, we're going to bring this person on.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what the article stresses. Molina was given the opportunity to direct Elio with Sharifian. But after the numerous notes and changes to his original vision, he decided to leave the project, which honestly, good for him. Because at that point, if it's not going to be your thing anymore, and it's being changed into something that you cannot stomach, get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him. A short time later, Pixar announced internally that she, the director and co-writer of Turning Red, would join Sharifian to direct Elio. During the summer of 2024, Pete Docter told The Wrap that Molina left Elio to move to an unnamed priority project, which would then become Coco 2, which again, people just read between the lines anytime. And I guess with this, especially with a company that has a history of doing this like Disney and now Pixar, whenever somebody just mysteriously leaves a project, you know something went down.
Yep.
And to me, you tell me, and the article doesn't say this, but again, you read between the lines. The Pixar team sent Adrian on a vacation with the idea that they were going to remove him as the director. Because they lost faith in him being able to do this. Which is very shitty for that to happen. So ultimately, they asked him if he wanted to stay, but I think they knew that he wouldn't want to, so they just kind of like, again, without having to fire him, they were like pushing him out of the way. So there's their story. But I guess we'll see how things end up for Molina. He didn't leave the company. He is right now at the moment working on Coco 2, a film that David and I strongly believe shouldn't be made at all. I don't think we need a Coco 2. I think we need more original stories.
Mm-hmm.
Like Elio. But, of course, yeah, it's just... Okay. As the article continues to read, suddenly you remove this big key piece, which is all about identity, and Elio just becomes about totally nothing, says the former Pixar artist. The Elio that is in theaters right now is far worse than Adrian's best version of the original. Adds another former Pixar staffer who worked on the movie. The character Elio was just so cute and so much fun, had so much personality, and now he feels much more generic to me. Again, these are people who are speaking from what they've seen. But can I just say, David, I really take issue with these two Pixar employees or staffers, because I don't know what movie they're talking about, but like now they're saying that Elio was basically just saying that Elio is about nothing.
Yeah, that's...
Did you see the movie?
Mm-hmm.
The final version of the movie? And then they also say that Elio was just so cute and so much fun and had so much personality. Did you watch the final version of the movie? Because that character was just like jumping for personality and character. And am I wrong in thinking this? Like, those comments don't seem to be characterizing the movie that we experienced.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, just they're completely wrong. Elio is actually a really fun character. I know I mentioned like I was kind of bored in the first part of it, but that's only because what we were saying in the beginning was basically just the trailer, and I'm kind of like, okay, let's move along now. But on second watch, Elio was still a little bit more fun in the beginning, got more fun later on, especially with Gordon added in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't understand that
So
statement.
it played better on rewatch, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It for sure played better on rewatch.
Yeah. We had a good time. There were some moments that snuck up on me as just like being funnier than I thought they would be. Like that one instance where the clone is like decomposition in the back of the car. That was a good one too. So we watched it and we had a really good time watching it again. And again, I will note the very few people that were in the audience, they liked it too.
Mm-hmm,
that was the second time like there were applause. So it's like, again, I think the film is resonating, and I don't like to, like, it's complicated because of course that these Pixar staffers are rightfully upset. They're coming from a good place, but I also do feel they're not describing the final they're not giving Domee and Madeline Sharifian enough credit for doing what they were able to.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, I don't think it sounds like they haven't watched the movie. If I'm being honest, like, and hey, if they don't want to watch it, I may not want to blame them, but yeah. And again, the Hollywood Reporter puts a paragraph in there about how like well received the movie was, just to put it out there. It talks about how Zoe Saldana came in after America Ferrera left. She left because she was upset that Molina left and that there was no more Latino representation as far as like the directors are concerned. So she was like, enough, I'm out of here. So that's why America Ferrera left. And then here's a key part here about the original. So the box office is important for this movie in a lot of ways. I mean, it always is. But like, look, the reality is this. The production budget was $150 million, which is fine for an expensive studio like Pixar originally. But obviously, when you're having to remake a movie all over again, that's going to explode. The artist who worked on the movie was not privy to the specific figure, but estimates that it was well north of $200 million. Given that Molina's version was nearly complete, which she says makes the catastrophic box office feel worse. So, yeah, this is probably, and again, it's like Disney goes through all of this, and because the budget goes up so much, then they somehow use that as an excuse to not market, which, again, just why go through all this in the first place if you're not actually going to promote the movie? And at that point, you think of it as a sunk cost. It's just like, Disney is so aggravating sometimes. But like, look, for those dishonest actors out there that want to say that, Elio, yeah, it's a bomb and it's going to be a bigger bomb because, like, yeah, they had to do the movie all over again. They just said there that the Elio was done. It was basically done, and they had to do it all over again in like less than 2 years. Realistically, maybe even less than that. And then it mentions the whole saga with like so the Elio production resulted in fraught feelings for those with ties to Pixar who have come to question whether the company intends to prioritize diversity. Doctor sparked debate when he noted in a 2024 interview that the studio should make the most relatable films possible. And then, of course, with the whole Don't Say Gay bill during Bob Chapek's tenure and all the blowback that happened there. But did the decisions to downplay Elio's queer themes actually come from the parent company? Insiders aren't so sure. I also want to stop the article there. Insiders are dumb and stupid and are oftentimes providing cover for Disney. So again, the question there the article poses, did people technically at Disney tell Pixar to tone down the gay? Not necessarily, but they didn't have to because they already made it a public thing that they were going to pull back on that. Mm-hmm. And Pixar, understanding who, and this is not forgiving or excusing Pixar, but Pixar executives knowing who they work for were like, well, we already know Disney ain't going to go for this, so just to do it ourselves. It kind of is like how when Donald Trump was reelected, all of those investigations and lawsuits just disappeared. because, well, he's going to be president again. He's going to cancel these anyway. So we'll just do his job for him and roll back the investigations and roll back the lawsuits. This is the same thing. With Pixar, we'll just roll back the gay. Roll it back because Disney is not going to let us get away with it after all. Which, by the way, we haven't mentioned it, but like, it is an irrefutably dumb decision on Disney's part and Bob Iger's part that they're making this one of their main priorities. And that they have identified this as supposedly one of the reasons for why their films have not been resonating. Again, not the smartest people in the room. They have the most money in the room, but not the smartest people in the room. And it goes on to other things here about, you know, where we are with Pixar. But this is where it ends. I think it was one executive at Pixar said, "I'd love to ask Pete and the other Disney executives whether or not they thought the rewrite was worth it." Says, or this is an artist at Pixar. "Would they have lost this much money if they simply let Adrian tell his story?" I can understand what that last thing was pretty stinging. But you tell me, David, as we wrap this up. It comes across as if some people at Pixar are specifically saying that because the film was leaning too much into queer identity, Disney and Pixar executives stepped in to erase that. And because of that alone, this film is so much worse than it already was. To note, of course, that there are contradictory statements, contradictory sources, but at the same time, it also comes across like some of the executives put this out there as their way of showing that, hey, the screenings came in, they weren't very good, we had to retool this. Which I don't want to defend Disney executives because, of course, when it came time to actually market the movie, they were nowhere to be seen. So there is truth in saying, what was the point? Would you have lost as much money? But the question should also, and I don't know if we're any closer to answering, is would we have gotten as good of a movie as we have right now? And I don't know what to say about that. Pixar staffers who have very clearly sore feelings, and rightfully so, seem to think that we got a far worse movie. I don't know. I think it also could have been that they wouldn't have lost as much money, but it wouldn't have been that much of a movie. Again, either way, as we were saying at the top, this is obviously Disney executives putting this out there to make themselves and shift the blame. But of course, because you're not going to win any argument, and it's kind of sick to think that they probably thought that they would get away with this, or that nobody would care anymore. Again, this kind of shows you the brain rot in movie executive and Disney executive mentality, but they probably thought to themselves that, oh, people already know that we don't want like gay or queer or any of that in movies, so they're not going to care about that. They probably thought that they were shifting the blame on Pixar executives. Again, this is what I told you on the podcast earlier. It's like every time there is a Pixar success, Bob Iger, you're an amazing individual. Look, all the money you're making. But anytime we have to have a Pixar film that doesn't do as well, we can't even mention Disney. This is all Pixar's fault. Mm-hmm. Notice how the headline of this article was like catastrophic box office performance. Did this article make any mention at all to Disney not even bothering to put through a real marketing campaign?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Marketing campaign, but then so also making it stay longer in theaters.
Making it stay, and I hope that they do, But then also even the release date too. It's like knowing that Lilo and Stitch and how to turn your, well, I mean, it probably should have been a benefit if you knew how to market Lilo and Stitch and Elio and cross it over.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very complicated piece of writing. And there are many sources here. It's a he said, she said. I don't know if we're any closer to figuring out what happened here. I mean, what we do know is Disney executives are stupid. Disney executives are homophobic. And what they're doing to artists in erasing part of their identities is awful. And if Pixar is continuing to kowtow to that, there is a rightful critique of like, are you even interested in having creators tell honest stories when you're erasing so much of who they are?
Mm-hmm.
So again, that is a really bad thing. And Disney executives put this out there thinking this is not what people would take away with. So that's all pretty bad. But despite all of that, I still struggle to, just based on what I'm reading here, is this a situation where we had a really good movie and they watered it down? Or is it a situation where we had a not so good movie that was made better because of, and I'm sorry to say, all the power to Adrian Molina, and look, Elio to this day, I think still has of him, a lot of him in the movie. Because Elio is modeled off of Adrian Molina.
Mm-hmm.
The theme of loneliness, I'm sure he can speak to, was carried over, I'm sure, through his identity and I'm sure through the childhood he had. You tell me, but I mean, we have to remind ourselves, Adrian Molina did co-direct Coco with a more proven individual, Lee Unkrich, who co-directed the Toy Story movies and the Nemo movies. And I will say this, based on like, and so we haven't really had a solo Molina project. This was supposed to be the first. Didn't happen that way. We have had a solo Domee project. And just basing off of that, I think Domee is a bit more talented than Adrian Molina, if I do say so myself. This as far as ability is concerned to tell a story. And I'll tell you this. If this is an instance in which we had a not so good movie that was made better, again, this really speaks highly of Domee's capabilities as a creative. David, this is very complicated. Even I'm trying to like figure out all of this. But
no, yeah,
your thoughts on everything.
As we keep reading through the article, you and I'm starting to get confused. I'm like, wait, what exactly was your problem here? Like, I'm not sure.
Right?
Yeah. Because, like, okay, the movie was bad in first screenings, or, like, you know, they were getting bad vibes from it. But your changes to it, obviously Domee comes in, changes the plot. Maybe it didn't need a plot change, but then you come in going, hey, make it less gay. And it's like, wait, you found that a problem? Like, what exactly are you trying to say here?
Yeah.
I don't see how that's kind of even relevant to the plot or anything like that. Sure, it can be relevant to the character and all that, but I mean, there's more to people than just being gay.
Right.
So yeah, it's just weird. And I don't know, it's just, what exactly were you hoping to get out of this article? You know, I know we kept saying, like, they're trying to shift the blame, but it's like, again, these were all your decisions in the end. You're the one that went all shady, pushing away Adrian Molina. You're the one. This article itself keeps pointing out to the fact that they were trying to get rid of any sort of making the character less gay, trying to make, that's what you said, make him more masculine, which is weird to do for a child character. Don't really see how that's necessary. So, yeah, again, what exactly were you hoping to do with this? It's just the more you kept reading it through, the more I'm kind of like, wait, I don't even know how to defend
what they were hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, well, they're hoping to accomplish, but it's like, you know, I'm starting to.
Or who to defend? A lot of people come out of this article looking bad.
Yeah. It's like
for different reasons.
Yeah, like in the end, it's just Domee that's like the winner here because she really did whatever they told her like to take out and whatever she had to do to make the movie better in any way. Again, we don't know. Maybe the first cut was great. We would have had like far more emotional movie or something. I don't know, but either way, she had to change the plot completely, and with very little time for an animated movie too. Oh my god, that is a fucking. That's a honestly. That seems more of a nightmare than trying to fucking rewrite Daredevil Born Again or Captain America Brave New World. But in comparison to those two, where people had to like rush in, try to change the plot, and we got a mess of a thing, while she came in and actually made something pretty decent of a story. Kudos to her. You got something great going on with her, So, yeah.
Yes, you were saying, I agree with you. I think she's probably the only one that walks away, I think, looking pretty good because, like, I mean, Pixar just comes across as, like, coming apart at the seams, where you have executives who come across as if they're against the film for a very righteous cause, which is like they're trying to erase so many queer elements, and we need to say something about this. So I guess from that I mean, Pixar looks bad from various vantage points, but then again, some of them discredit themselves. Some of those Pixar staffers and artists end up discrediting themselves when they say that what we have right now is not a good movie. And those particular statements that I read make it seem as if they don't know how to read a movie. If they watch what we have right now and they're saying there's nothing to the movie, that there's nothing to the character, that the character is generic and it has no personality, they don't look that good either. Adrian Molina, who was wronged here, also doesn't look that good coming out of this because this makes him look like somebody who's not up to the job of directing a movie. Because in the article, it shows like, okay, well, not one person could put their hands up and say that they would pay money to go see this. But again, is that because they didn't enjoy it? Or is that more because Disney has conditioned their audiences to only think that these kind of movies are for streaming? And then, of course, the executives at large don't end up looking good coming out of this for various reasons, because it seems like their main response to a movie not working is to just erase queer stuff. This is a mess. This is a really, really big mess. But usually when these kind of articles happen, they come out in response to a film that is like a Frankenstein's monster of like what went wrong, like one that is so obvious. I think of like Justice League is one of those examples of like what went wrong here. Like when you watch the movie, you're like, I think to me still Justice League is like maybe the best example of like watching a movie knowing that it's been fucked with and you feel it and you see it and it's not working in real time as you're watching it. That's why there were all these exposés about like what happened, what went down. But this is strange because this is a response. This whole thing seemingly came about. This article we've been going up there is coming about because Disney seemingly is under the impression that this is a disaster. And from a box office standpoint, it is. But again, this article just kind of didn't really do it. If your goal was to shift the blame, saying that the box office performance is not our fault, that didn't help you. But it also doesn't look good when you're legitimately believing that what most audiences consider to be a really good movie, here you go and thinking, here's why it sucked. Huh? So from like every layer imaginable, the only person that can walk away here and you can point to as them looking pretty good is Domee. And man, like, if I ever get the chance to meet her, I'm gonna say like, thank you for turning red. People did not give that movie a fair shot. And that's not true. I'm sorry that it got a bad rap when it came out. Now I think it's more beloved. When it came out, people were like dogpiling on that movie for the dumbest of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But like, thank you for saving Elio. Like, personally, maybe it's just me wishing to believe this, but I really do think she saved the movie.
Yeah.
And I really do think that she ended up making the movie better than it would have been.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, that's not me saying I don't want people to think that, oh, because, you know, there were less. Maybe it is true that there were. I'm sure that it is that they were toning down the queer stuff, but that's not a Domee Shi decision.
That's not a
That's
Domee
a
Shi decision.
Pete Doctor decision.
But then also, that's not a reason why the movie would be bad.
Or good, mind you. You know what's a movie that had, like, I think, you know what's a movie that I think has great queer representation, and I thought that, wow, there are plenty of people who are watching this or would be watching this if it had been a hit and if it had been somewhat good. Strange World, Disney animation from 2022, I want to say. Strange World, which you may have been thinking to yourself, what? Oh, that's right. No one knows that movie.
Yeah.
And Strange World, unfortunately, wasn't very good. Also, wasn't marketed all that well. It seemingly was sabotaged from in-house. I don't think Strange World is that bad of a movie. I seen it the one time. I thought it was okay. But it wasn't, like, awful. But it when you combine an okay movie with, like, nobody watching it, it's kind of been, like, left in the dust. It didn't make any kind of impact. But the one thing, I think the best thing about Strange World is that it had an openly gay male character. I think that was a true step in a new direction for Disney. And of course, that comes at the exact same time that there is a rising hatred of trans people and gay people. And of course, Bob Iger is coming back in power at this time, and he's listening to the Go Woke, Go Broke crowd, thinking that that's the reason why their movies are not doing well. So, again, as soon as one movie goes out there and takes a limb, all this other shit happens, and it changes the direction of where the studio would want to go.
And
yeah,
also to point out, the whole, like, taking away the queerness is not a reason why the movie was going to be bad or why a movie was going to be good. Also, if you do want to see a movie with a queer character on it, Nimona, great animated movie, for sure. Watch that; it is amazing. But
which, by the way, was trying to be toned down by Blue Sky, which was purchased through Disney, and Disney was trying to tone that down too, which is why they canceled it and why Netflix had to pick it up. In case you forget the history there, but there's that too. And that, by the way, that was years before this rise in, like, homophobia and transphobia. This was, like, in the late 2010s when it was much more culturally acceptable, I guess you could say. But go ahead, as you were saying.
This is one reason why I also hate this article too, is because the go broke crowd are definitely gonna see this and think, oh, they were trying to fix it because of the whole queerness representation of it all, and thinking that like it was originally going to be bad because of it and all that. And I hate it so much because it's the go broke crowd who keeps also saying that, like, don't trust the executives too, like, don't, you know, basically saying what you were just saying. The executives are the dumbest people in the room and all that. They're all saying that, but then when these articles come out, they defend them. They still point the finger at the people they're pointing at. It happened with Snow White, where the whole Rachel Zegler thing coming out, and they still kept pointing the finger at her. And they know too that those articles are them trying to shift the blame, but then they keep going back, pointing the finger at someone else. And it's like, what are you doing? I thought, like, why are you contradicting yourself? Why is this the hill that you still want to die on? Of pointing the finger at someone else instead of the executives. Like, stop doing what they're tricking you to do, or I don't know. And it's just so annoying. This is another reason why I hate this article too. It's like, oh my gosh, you're trying to shift the blame again, and the wrong people are going to take this as going to defend them, basically. And it's fucking annoying. I pointed out in this episode, it's like Rachel Zegler was not part of the reason. Well, was not a big reason that the movie failed. And this movie, it's not even because of the story change. It's not because of the queer representation or anything like that. It was just bad marketing. Them putting Pixar movies into streaming. People didn't want to go see it. The only thing that's actually kind of saving this is the good reviews. So, keep doing that. You should have supported it, but now you just I think you just shit the bed with this article now. I don't know.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking about too. Is what are people gonna take away from this? And that's also part of the conversation that's scary, because we're living in a moment in which, like, well, we can't even agree on what's real or what's fake anymore. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how this is going to be received. But what I was also just kind of afraid is that there are going to be people who are not part of the go woke, go broke crowd, but they're definitely part of the crowd that feeds into this narrative that Pixar is over, that Pixar's, best days are behind them. Mm-hmm. And then also that people who didn't really hate Elio, but just thought that it was whatever, the same people who thought that Elemental or Luca or Turning Red or Soul or whatever, they're going to use this as an example of, like, see? Do you see how Pixar is, like, not good anymore? And how we were right in saying that Pixar is over? But I just think it's pretty laughable how Disney thought that this would make them... Even there was a line there that said, a lot of people like to blame Disney, but the call is coming from inside the house. A lot of it is obeying in advance behavior coming from higher execs at Pixar. What does it mean to be obeying in advance behavior? It means that they know Disney is not going to approve this stuff, because Disney now apparently is against gay people. And they do not want to show any kind of representation in their movies, because they've kowtowed to the right wing. Let's not forget also that Disney executives, like all kinds of executives, are ruthless capitalistic creatures. The president and CEO of the Disney company, Bob Iger, donated to Donald Trump's inauguration, if we don't want to forget that little fact, by the way, in case you forgot about that. The same person, by the way, what a craven, backstabbing individual Bob Iger is, I want to say. Like, how he came in, like when Bob Chapek was like supporting the Don't Say Gay bill, and Bob Iger was like tweeting, how dare you, how dare we we turn our backs on our LGBTQ employees. And now that he's in power, he's doing it even worse. He's doing all the things that he criticized Bob Chapek for doing. But now it's even worse. He's doing it, and what's worse is he's getting all the credit. I do want to say, I wish Adrian Molina well. Mm-hmm. I want to say again that even though I'm happy for the movie that I got, and I think he still is a big reason why the movie is good in the end, the story idea came from him and his personal identity, and we want to thank him for that.
I'm sure he wanted the idea of Are We Alone, like, type of story and everything. It just... Yes. For some reason,
I'm sure that the theme of isolation was there. Maybe it wasn't communicated as well as it could have been, perhaps. But I'm sure the idea was there, because isolation and feeling like you're all alone when you're a queer child, especially when he was one, I'm sure that was part of it. But the theme, and I think that theme is alive. So I really do think Domee, again, not only did she make a good movie in the end, I do think that she was doing the best she could to, like, follow through with what the themes and ideas that Adrian, contributed to. And I also don't want to make him, like, seem as if, like, this person that wasn't capable. I wish him the best. I wish him well. I wish that he was doing something else that was original. He's doing Coco 2 instead, which, again, I want to remind you, I refuse to believe that Pixar, of their own volition, greenlights any sequel that's not Toy Story. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that any sequel that they're doing is because Bob Iger said, we need a sequel. Put it right now. That being said, I hope he puts out a good movie. I hope it works better for him. Because I want more from this person. And I'm more interested in what he has to say. No disrespect to Peter Sohn. No disrespect to Dan Scanlon. But I do feel we need better people and better talent elevated. You know, I point to Enrico Casarosa. I point to Domee. And Adrian Molina was in that company too. I hate to think that he made a cut of the movie that wasn't very good. And I want him to do a good job with Coco too. Which again, it's hard to say because like you tell me this, but like here's the irony of all this. I thought that the sequels for the most part in the 2010s, whether it be Cars 3, Finding Dory, Monsters University, Toy Story 4, and Incredibles 2 has its moments. Incredibles 2, I think, is bad because it is such an inferior sequel to Incredibles 1. But it's not a garbage movie on its own per se. It's just like when you think of the legacy, but still, I think it's not that good either. So I don't want to think about Incredibles 2 in this instance, but let's just think of the other sequels. While I think those sequels had a far easier time of justifying a reason to exist, because I think for the most part they pulled it around and still were good movies in their own right. I'm very nervous that this is not going to work the second time around, because I'm sorry to say, but I think you and I are still of the same mind. I think Inside Out 2, if Inside Out 2 is indicative of the kind of sequel we're going to get with Toy Story 5 or Coco 2 or Incredibles 3, yikes.
Yeah.
Because Inside Out 2 was such a rushed movie that ultimately didn't have very much to say. I don't know what happened with. I think people. We're in the minority, you and I, David, because people love that movie and they were so like swept up by it. But to me, Inside Out 2 is one of the emptiest movies Pixar has made. Maybe the emptiest. I think Inside Out 2 legitimately may be in the bottom 3.
Oh yeah, I agree. It just Inside Out 2 just felt really unimaginative. There was so much potential that you could have done with that franchise specifically, and it feels kind of like you took the cheap way into making this. I never liked the idea of anxiety being a new emotion. You had all the emotions right there. You could have played with them. Could have done more with them. Fear could have been anxiety. And I don't know. It just felt like wasted potential. And the same thing with Incredibles 2. You had something cool going there with the idea of trying to bring back superheroes within this world. But just execution of the characters ultimately is what failed.
I think Cars 2 is one of the craziest movies ever made.
No, yeah.
Especially when you consider the first one, but I still maintain that while not a good movie, I think it excels at being far more entertaining, and I think with Mater, more emotionally resonant than anything in Incredibles 2 or Inside Out 2.
I really don't understand why people hate that movie so much. I don't know. It's not like my favorite or anything by any means.
No.
But that's what I mean. It's like, okay, you got really creative with your premise. I mean, you went way.
They went all out with it.
They went all out with
in
it,
the other
for
direction.
Sure. It's like adding aliens or something to the Incredibles sequel or something like that. It's like, okay, you didn't really need to do that, but cool, I guess. So yeah, that's what I mean. It's like at least you got super creative with it. That's awesome.
I wonder if it would have been received better if it wasn't called Cars 2 and it was just called Mater.
Yeah, that would have been probably better. I think so.
Because it's not really Cars 2. You know,
Yeah,
it's not a continuation of the story. It's like a whole different thing happening.
Yeah, somehow Cars 3 is actually Cars 2.
Yeah. And Cars 3's pretty good, actually.
Oh, yeah, I really like it.
You know, it's like that was... So, again, it's like... Yeah. One other thing about the Elio article, and I wanted to point out, you know, we talk about Eric Goldman a lot on the Shield recast, so he actually retweeted the article, and he's pointing out, he's taking issue with one of the narratives about, like, whether or not Molina's original Elio would have been doing better right now. I don't think it would have been doing any better, because it still would have been, like, not... Clearly, Disney wouldn't really... They had no idea how to sell this movie. Clearly. That's what has shown. This is what Eric Goldman said. There will be understandable debate about the removal of the queer-coded aspects, but I think that the generally well-reviewed Elio would likely have always opened to the same low box office because it just didn't pop on a marketing level. And the release date didn't help either. Now, Adam Clay pushes back a little bit, saying, I don't know how much you can blame the release date when June has been a staple for Pixar. They've thrived in that month, even against other big competition. I will say this, what makes this June very different is I don't remember a Pixar movie having the kind of specific family film competition that Elio is facing. Like, for instance, I think it is very notable that Elio is finding itself competing with not just a Disney live-action remake, but a DreamWorks live-action remake. And all three of those movies are competing for the same audience. Now, you tell me if you remember otherwise, but I don't remember any other Pixar movie ever facing competition like this.
I mean, I can't say for sure, but yeah. For sure, it was the live actions movie that didn't help. Again, also going to streaming on some of these movies. But then also, it's not just the live action ones. It's like this summer has been heavy with movies that even we're having trouble keeping up with.
As you've been seeing this episode alone, you look at the timestamps. We reviewed a lot of movies.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot we haven't gotten to that are playing right now as we speak, and there will be more on the way. It feels like it was, I don't know what was happening, but like for months, from like February all the way to like April, there was like nothing coming out, and it feels like everyone just saved all their movies for like right now.
And I mean, to be fair though, too, it's like these are, I would consider, summer movies, you know, kids movies. They're on summer break and all that. That makes sense. Superhero movies, yeah, you put them out in the summer, so it makes sense. But this is so much. Usually, I get worried about this at the end of the year, where they're putting out all of their, Oscar nominees and everything. Which I feel like some of them could have waited for that. Life of Chuck.
Some of these could have waited. Like Life of Chuck did not need to be in the summer. Yeah. You needed to move that to the fall. It was a fall movie, not a summer movie.
I think you could have waited.
I mean, it's cool for us as fans of Life of Chuck and Elio that we got that Carl Sagan crossover, but that's a really cool thing. But still, Life of Chuck, no one is talking about that movie. Yeah, because there's so many other movies to discuss, and no one's even watching it. Like Life of Chuck should have been a fall winter movie. It should not have been right now. I don't know what the hell Neon was thinking.
And then there's some other ones too. I mean, Megan 2.0 is from what the trailers look like, it looks like a summer movie for sure. But I feel like you could have waited.
Yeah, but still, but Megan, I don't know why they didn't just go for January again. January worked out so well for the first Megan.
Oh, okay. Should have. Then
yeah, that's what I mean. It's like Megan, the original Megan was clearly Megan 2.0 is not really a horror movie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So yeah, that's what makes it different. But still, I think it was a bit foolhardy to think that it could go up against this kind of competition. And then again, here's the thing: these next 4 weeks, what's coming out? Jurassic World Rebirth, Superman, Fantastic Four.
Those ones they're gonna sweep for sure. And yeah, like I said too, there's some other ones too that could have been moved. 28 years later, I think you could have put it on Halloween. It would have been fine. It's not really much of a horror movie, but it would have worked out. What was some other ones?
The competition of these next couple of movies, specifically Superman, Jurassic World, and Fantastic Four. I don't know if you looked at the total box office for the two remakes in question that we've been talking a lot about, Lilo and Stitch and How to Train Your Dragon. Lilo and Stitch might barely miss hitting $1 billion, which would be surprising. I mean, it basically would have gotten there, but if it doesn't get to $1 billion, it's because of the competition from these other movies. And then here's the thing. To this very day, the live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon still has not been able to surpass the box office totals of How to Train Your Dragon 1, 2, or 3. Which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It shows that there might not be as much play for DreamWorks live-action remakes as there would be for Disney live-action remakes, which I guess if you take a step back, well, I guess that's a kind of a no-duh. I don't think that many people care about DreamWorks the way they do about Disney.
Yeah, sadly.
That might be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sadly, yes, but then also good, because I don't want
more
live-action remakes of animated movies. So if it ends up doing not as well as that, because I honestly thought that it would have been well on its way to $1 billion.
Yeah,
it's not anywhere near that.
I really thought
at all.
I really thought How to Train Your Dragon was gonna make $1 billion for sure. I think Lilo and Stitch, I knew it was gonna make a lot, but I never thought it was gonna make $1 billion. But yeah, for sure, I don't want these to keep going. And so far, DreamWorks is the only one that I'm okay with them making sequels to movies, because I really don't mind a Shrek 5 and everything. They were successful with their Puss in Boots movie and everything. So, I mean, I don't know. Just for DreamWorks, don't follow fucking Disney. Keep working on your animated one. Actually put out some original content, and you probably do a whole lot better than what Disney's doing right now. I mean, I don't know what kind of sequels they can make still for DreamWorks. Because, I mean, yeah, the Shrek, they already did Kung Fu Panda, and that was sadly disappointing.
Oh, yeah, they had Kung Fu Panda 4, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and end it off here. I want to thank everybody again for tuning in. I know this has been a very long podcast. We're probably sticking this at the very end of it. Or you may be watching this as its very own video on YouTube. We'll see how this ends up. But thank you all for tuning in. We both really enjoyed Elio. And we hope to see it be remembered well. And we hope to see it do good at some point. But this was such a huge story that we thought that we needed to dedicate as much time as we have been. Because as you just saw from the reading of that, it was very extensive, very elaborate, and then also at the same time, very confounding. And not at all clear still. Anyway, thank you all for watching, guys. In the next couple of weeks, as we have been mentioning, we've got Jurassic. I'm not even sure if we're going to cover. I mean, maybe we'll watch a movie, but really, it's all about Superman
yeah.
at this point. So that's all we've got looking forward to. So stay tuned for that and more under our red spotlight. And we'll see you guys next time, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.